Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 6 of Neva's 24-hour sprints. I've got Neva right here. I'm sure some of you have been sprinting for a while, so the intention is that this is going to be a very relaxed last 4 hours of sprinting, I promise. Let's see here. We already have a few people in the comments who came over from Brittany's sprints. If anyone who joined late but wants to have the full 24-hour experience, there should be links for every single person's sprints who participated. So please go ahead, go support them, go have fun, and just redo the process however many times you want. Hello, welcome, Bon. I'm sure you came over from Brittany's sprint. Yeah. Finishing my nails and reading Gravel, ready for live show tomorrow. I've never heard of that book. Have you? Do you know what that book is?
Truthfully, I have no idea because Crystal was on.
Crystal, okay.
Crystal was live with us, but she came on live while I was sleeping.
Oh my gosh!
I have no idea what this book is, to be honest.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I know she only had a few hours left.
Oh my gosh. Okay, then we'll make sure to have some good sprinting going. Crystal, welcome. I'm sure it's nice to finally just be in the comments after having been in the actual live. You can actually probably relax a bit more. Yes. Hello, welcome, Tomb Raider. Welcome, everybody. Oh my gosh, so many new faces that I don't recognize. So thank you for joining me after being on Brittany's sprints. Have 4.5 hours left to these sprints will help. Yeah, great. Okay. Making my way through Free Centoya audiobook and Yellowface, the physical. Oh, nice. Obviously, I've heard a lot about Yellowface. A lot of people are saying, but what's interesting is how different it is from Babel, like comparing the two, because it's by the same author, which I didn't even think about the fact that it was by the same author.
And she also wrote the Poppy War trilogy.
That's right.
Which apparently is also completely different. I don't know. Your girl is not in a. I'm not in a fantasy era right now. Which Yellowface isn't fantasy.
No. Exactly, which is interesting, right? The fact that she's so versatile, she can go across genres. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, seriously. Because I read Babel. I buddy read it with Brittany at the beginning of the year. And it's fantasy, but not.
Yeah. It seems like alternate history.
Yeah, it's a very strange, I don't know. It reads like a textbook. But it was really good though. I gave it 5 stars. So
yeah, I was gonna say I think I've only met one person who wasn't in love with it, but everyone else I know adored it. Are you enjoying Yellowface? Everyone in my office is obsessed. Yeah, exactly, Crystal. I think everyone's obsessed with Yellowface at the moment.
Hi, Rye.
Hello, welcome. All these sprints are perfect. Oh, great. We are going to try and make them as productive as possible. Hello, Rainy. Welcome. I know that you also were participating in the sprints earlier. I think I had popped into Bree's sprints for a little bit last night when I got home from work. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to really be a part of anyone else's after that. Hello, welcome, Ro. Hello, good morning, Nadim. Oh my gosh, all these people, you guys are ready for sprinting this morning. Good morning, Alicia. I'm going to have Nel join us. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Awesome. Were you over at Kelsey's sprints at all yesterday?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I'm sure people are going to be seeing some familiar faces, which is great. Oh, there's Autumn's here. Good morning.
Good morning.
So exciting. 4th book in the Midorians Chronicles by Lynette Noni. Interesting. Oh my gosh. Is it? I wonder if it's the 4th book, as in there's going to be more, or is that the final book in the series?
Good question.
Yeah. I actually am. I was a bit nervous at first. This is regarding Yellowface because I saw some mixed reviews on Goodreads, but so far I'm having a blast. I have been cracking up during the whole time I've been reading. Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize that it was funny.
I heard it was pretty funny. I mean, I guess it depends on your perspective. Maybe it's not funny to everybody, but the people that I've heard talking about it all said that it's pretty funny.
It's supposed to be a satire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that some people have wondered if it's R.F. Kuang kind of bleeding in some own personal kind of situations regarding like the writing career and what people assume about, I don't know, writers. So yeah, I could see some angst, some like, you know what, we're going to address some things. I'm going to vent through my writing and you guys are going to enjoy it or you're not. Yes. Yeah, Crystal, I saw that you did subscribe. Thank you so much. And I was already subscribed to you. So that's so exciting. Now we can officially be friends. And then, oh yeah, and of course, everyone should be already subscribed to Neva. And if you aren't subscribed to Nel, do so right now. Yes, this is your time to do it. Continuing on with my pirate fantasy romance on these black sands. Very nice. I'm buddy reading a Viking historical romance called Forbidden Passion with Maggie from Maggie's Book and Stuff. Oh my gosh, I don't think I know Maggie, so I might have to check out her channel. We are really enjoying it. Oh, that's so awesome. I think buddy reads have become my like new favorite thing.
Yeah.
So motivational, and you just have so much fun because you have someone immediately you can talk to about a book. Dark Academia.
Yeah, Babel is Dark Academia. That's what I was trying to come up with.
Okay. Yeah.
I literally just woke up like
Totally fine. You've been like managing this entire experience from like afar. So I'm sure that while it's been a little bit less stressful probably for you, not as the host for 24 hours, it's probably also been a lot.
Well, Brittany was like, I got on Brittany's sprints and she was like, have you slept? And I was like, yeah, I took a 45-minute nap. And she was like, the whole point of doing this is so you can sleep. And I was like, your sprints are the time when I want to sleep. Because like, I was tired during my sprints just because like I got up earlier than I usually get up like during the week, like for my sprints. But I was like, I was good. Right. But then by the time I hit Brooklyn sprints, like Brooklyn was 12 to 8. So like 12 a.m. to 8. Wait.
12 to 4.
That's what I'm trying to say. 12 to 4. 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. Which is like my ideal. That's like peak awakeness. And then I was like, by the time I get to Brittany's sprints. No.
I was going to give you one if you want.
I don't want one. Go eat your food. Thank you. What? In a moment, go sit down. But I was like, by the time I hit Brittany's, like I'll be good for like an hour, and then I'm gonna be like going to bed. That's exactly what happened. I was like, I'm gonna lay down during this sprint, and then I proceeded. I'm pretty sure I slept through 2 sprints, but like that's fine.
Yeah, honestly, you probably needed it, so that's totally fine. I'm gonna read Babel after I finish Yellow Phase. That'll be interesting for the immediate change to see like
I feel like the vibes are going to be very different because like Yellowface is more like humorous and like Babel is definitely like more dark, serious like topics, like with the whole history and language and colonialism and all that kind of stuff. Like it's very, very different pace.
Yeah, which is kind of nice because sometimes I feel like if you want to double up on an author, it feels as if they're repeating themselves a little bit just because they've got their own writing style. But I think R.F. Kuang, it'll feel like you're reading a completely different book for sure.
Yeah.
At 10, I will need to go because I have a video premiering, but after that, I'll try to come back. I want to get some reading done this weekend. Totally fine, Autumn. If anyone needs a break from reading sprints, go join her premiere. That's a great time for you to take a break from reading and doing something like that. So yeah, totally support that.
Hi.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to erase the moment. I accidentally double-clicked it. Yay. Yes. Everybody say hello to Nell and welcome her. It's a finished series. There is a 4.5 and a 5th. Oh, nice. I always wonder what the purpose of the half ones are.
It's like a novella
journey.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just like a filler thing to kind of like get you like to fill in the gap between like one book and the other. Usually it's a novella.
That makes sense. As soon as you said novella, I was like, yep, that's why it's a half. That makes sense. If you like satire, then you'll like Yellowface. Yeah, that's what I think the general gist is. That makes sense. Yay, new book friends. Yes. Woohoo. I miss you, Crystal. Yes, everybody say hello to each other in the comments. Take your time chatting with each other. Stormy Harper Gamer says hi. Hi, welcome. Also, what is everyone else reading who've just joined? We'll talk about what we're joining in a second as well. Or did I just say what we're
reading?
What we're reading. You know, it's 8 a.m. I promise I'm awake to know this. What's Nell's at? She's the only one.
Can you pop up the banner?
Oh, yes. Let's go here.
Is
banner.
It on there? It should be on there anyway.
Oh
my gosh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I know what you're saying. Technology. It's fine. Let me erase this.
Yeah, Yay. That's my handle. That's my handle on everything.
So like on Instagram too, and awesome.
Okay. Instagram, Discord, TikTok. That's my name for everything. YouTube.
Awesome. And then you do Storygraph too, right? Or do you do? Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sweet. And I'm sure you on like your own channel, you've got like all of the links in one of your videos like at the bottom. Yep. So yeah, everybody, again, if you need a break from reading, go check out Nel's channel too.
I haven't posted in 2 weeks, but that's because I have like 3 vlogs that I have to edit. And I have another vlog that I'm starting today. So lots of vlogs happening. And vlogs take so much more time to edit than like a regular sit-down video. So bear with me. The content is coming. It's been filmed. It just has to be edited.
Yeah. I feel like sometimes some people say that doing a vlog is like the easiest thing, is their easiest moment of like editing and switching things up. But for me, I feel like there's so many transitions. Yeah. And then because you're reading, for a longer period of time, I'm just collecting all these little videos and I have to find them all. Yeah. And it's,
I am that person that thinks that vlogs are easier, but I don't.
I was going to say, I was like, when I say someone, I was like, I'm pretty sure Neva at one point said that's her easiest video.
I'm gonna be honest, like I do such minimal editing with my vlogs. So like I like every 2 days I go through and I collect all of the clips that I need for each vlog. So like I watch the clip or listen to the clips enough to know which vlog it goes to. I assign it to the vlog, and then like the night before it's supposed to go up, I watch it all the way through and cut out breathing or like me like just staring at the camera like an idiot. I do those things, and then I make my thumbnail, and then I schedule that sucker to be uploaded. Like I edit so much more when I have to do a sit down video because I'm like rooting around for things. Like the last sit down video that I recorded was my TBR game. When I tell you there was 10 minutes where I was just letting the camera go. Like I had gotten up to go get something, got up, walked away. There was 10 minutes of footage of just my bookshelf.
I do that.
And you can hear in the background, like you can hear my TV, you can hear my sister coughing, you can hear Ari talking, you can hear people like running up and down the stairs. And I was like, what was I doing? Like it's just 10 minutes of just air. And I was just like, oh, okay.
And you're like, oh, that's right. I'm doing a video. Okay, sit back down. Hey, everybody. Okay. E. Harris says, Ubering iced coffee to stay awake for the rest of these sprints. That is a great idea.
Yeah. Through. E. Harris, proud of you, girl. You made it through this time.
Yeah, I'm actually going to get coffee during the first sprint myself because I need it. Yay. Making new friends. Sub to all 3 of you beauties. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you have fun. Yes, I hope it wasn't premature. We're going to make this fun, I promise. Yeah, Neva woke up, so probably my turn to pass out now. I made it about all the way through. Totally fine. That makes sense. Thanks for joining us for a little bit. We support sleep, hydration, and all of that.
Around here. Okay.
Oh no.
No. You know what? No worries, Autumn. What I can do, because I wasn't sure if Nell was going to be coming to mine or coming to Kelsey's or both. I don't think I have your handle in my description. I'll do it during the first sprint, and then anyone who wants to follow Nell, you just might have to refresh the page, but it'll be there. Okay. Lovely. Yes. Miss you too, Rye. We will sprint together soon. Yes, definitely do that. And then I'll be in the comments watching. Oh, great.
Thanks. That was so nice.
Here's link. Oh, yeah, that is great. Yeah, perfect. So everyone, go right now. I'm going to start reading Heartless. Oh, cool. Lovely. That was on like the bestsellers list for a really long time, I think. The New York Times, like off and on. If it's the same book I'm thinking. I was thinking it's the YA book, but let me know if I'm wrong.
In a moment. When with the first sprint class, yes.
Thank you.
When I finish Midnight Mass, which is
that's the novella, right?
It's like the novella after.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about this.
What's crazy is that I know all about the books, but I haven't read any of them.
Then I think I'm going to read what is it called? I think it's called Stay Gold or something. I don't know. I'm reading Rye's favorite books that she gave me last year. So they might not be her favorite books anymore.
Oh no.
Because last year I started a project and then promptly got overwhelmed and put myself into a slump where I read my friend's favorite books. The only person that I managed to do out of like 8 people that gave me books, was Michelle from Michelle's Library. And then when I was looking through the people that gave me books, I was like, Rye and I have very similar taste in books. So I was like, most of these I want to read, like right now. She does have some fantasy in there. So like, we're not in a fantasy era. But Stay Gold is like it's like one of the main characters is transgender. And my library had this book, and I was like, okay, way to have a book about I think it's like a trans teenager or something. I don't know. It reminds me, Rye can tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it's like an outsider's retelling. Because like the way the synopsis read, because she also gave me The Outsiders, which I've read that before, but like we can always read a classic. But the way that the synopsis read was like someone took The Outsiders and then retold it. I could be wrong.
With the title, that makes sense. You know, now that you mentioned that, I was like, oh yeah, the title definitely is a nod. It can be a nod to The Outsiders for sure.
Yeah. So I'm going to read that because I'm heavy into, a gay / smut era. I don't really want gay smut. Like I'm not really in that kind of mood. Because I did have a couple of male romances and I was like, I'm not feeling this. Not that male romance is bad. I did read Fake Dates and Mooncakes. That one was 5 stars. I was crying by the end, but I cried everything. It was like a happy cry, but like it was still like a cry.
Yeah. On that note, what is everyone reading today? We'll pause a little bit so we can see what's going on.
I'm going to attempt to actually start this book this time. I was supposed to start this yesterday, but then my power went out, so I didn't get to read. And then I had to make dinner and stuff. So by the time all that was done, and then Princess had her Discord sprint, so I was over there. And then I just went to bed. I was tired. So I'm going to actually try to start this book today.
Awesome. So exciting. What about you, Neva? I see Midnight Mass, so you're going to continue with that.
I'm reading Midnight Mass, okay, because my option was to read, I don't know if you can see this, was to read Midnight Mass or to reread Priest. And I was like, girl, you don't have time for a reread. Priest, so you need to calm down. So I'm reading Midnight Mass. It's only like, I don't know. It's like less than 200 pages. It says that I have 2 hours on it, but I think I can read it faster than that. Like it's not very long. And then I'm going to start Stay Gold. I'm going to start that. And we're going to see, which means that I need to actually like refilm the intro to Rise thing because I was going to start with Crescent City, House of Earth and Blood. However, I don't want to read fantasy right now. I mean, I'm going to read that and the first ACOTAR book because they're on her list, but I'm going to read everything else first.
Those books are long, so you'll probably feel more productive if you read the other books first because you can like knock them out quicker.
Yeah, because The Outsiders,
build the confidence,
Stay Gold, and I don't remember what the other ones are that she gave me at this time, but those are the 2 I know of for sure. Are much shorter, so like I know that I can read those and like I'll feel like I did something with my life,
right?
And then we'll read the big fantasy books as
the big scary books. Sounds good. I'm actually like now where I'm going to be starting a new book. And I'm trying to read more nonfiction this year, and I haven't really read any. So I've been really bad, but I'm going to read, it's called Islands of Abandonment. And this is by Cal Flynn. And basically she talks about the various parts of the world where, like, at one point there were humans who lived there, and then for whatever reason it's either depleted in population or it's just been given back to nature, and how like the ecosystems just flourished and then these crazy things have happened since us no longer interfering with the environment. And I feel like it's a great book to be reading. And I'm very tempted to pick up another fiction book, but I'm like, you know what? Sprints is going to force me to read this. I'm going to sit here. I've got witnesses. And so I am really excited about it. So yeah, so I'll let you guys know how it goes. I might not read it the entire time because I feel like 4 hours of sprints with a nonfiction, that might be a beast I can't tackle today. I don't think that's a dragon I'm going to slay, but I will start off the sprints with it.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that read nonfiction during these sprints, because I definitely listened to the entire audio for Page Boy by Elliot Page. It was great. Okay, 5 stars.
Oh, you finished it?
Awesome.
Yeah, I finished it. I finished it on Brooklyn sprints. And she like came back from the sprint, and I like went into the private chat, and I was like, I have 3 minutes of this book left. I have to finish this book. And then I had to compose myself because I started crying at the end.
Oh my gosh.
It was great though. But just be like in a mindset to listen to it, because it is very it is very heavy.
Yeah, I'm sure. Especially I feel like audio, depending on what the subject matter is, can just be a bit more visceral. You know, like you're not expecting it. You don't know what to expect. Whereas, you know, when you're physically reading, you kind of jump and prepare yourself and you take your time. Whereas, you know, you can just be a bit more surprised with audio. I think sometimes if it's like a sad moment or whatever the case is.
And he narrates it, so you can hear, like when he talks about things, like you can hear the emotion. And so I was like,
yeah.
Oh boy. Even though he's like older than I am, so like,
for some reason I remember like, my boy.
Like I was just, because like I love Elliot Page, like, and I've loved Elliot Page before he was Elliot Page. You know what I mean? And so like a lot of the things that he talks about, like I knew were things that were happening, but also like the struggle becomes like more real when you hear somebody talk, like actually talking about it, as opposed to just seeing like headlines or whatever like that. So
oh, great. Yeah, awesome. We'll get through the comments so that we could do our first sprint, but I know that since some people have been here since past sprints, let me know what you're feeling in regards to a longer sprint or a shorter one. Typically we do 45, but like if you've kind of been wanting a longer time to have like breakfast and other things, just let us know and we can see if that's the majority feel. I found you now. Yay! I had to search on my laptop instead of on my phone. Yeah, sometimes like the phone app just doesn't work as well. I stink at vlogs. I'm trying to film one now and I'm not happy with it. Yeah. I know. I feel like you have more time to like criticize yourself too with vlogging because there's so many. Yeah. Whereas a sit down, it's one take. You're not thinking about it after that. Sorry, my kid was pulling at me. I messed up the next. Listen, I don't have anyone and I sit enter too many times when I'm not ready. So yeah. Hi, welcome, lovable reader. If anyone, since I don't recognize you and anyone else, if you want to just drop your name or what you want to be called, let us know and we'll do our best to call you that. Unless you want to be called lovable reader, because that is also a lovely name and I'm totally fine with saying that. Hello, Brooklyn. I'm off to pick up my sister from a party and then I'll be off to bed. Yeah, sounds good. Brooklyn was one of the 6 participating in this event. And so if you're interested in checking out her sprints, her channel, it will be in the description below too. I didn't realize that you guys were doing reading sprints. Yes, we are. We're here. You need it.
I think we're also going to start doing reading the 24-hour sprints this way.
Yeah.
Majority of people seem to like it better. Pick a movie and then give it back. Seems to like it better this way. Truthfully, I also like it better this way.
Yes, this is good for your own health, your own emotional and mental like ability to relax sometimes. Yes. Hello, Sarah.
Hi,
welcome.
Sarah.
You can join us too, Leandra. Oh my gosh, Crystal, that'd be so nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'd love to join. I read the second one and wanted to douse myself in holy water.
The second what?
Probably Priest.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Listen, they're saying that the books get better after Priest, which, like, I don't know how, because I gave Priest 6 stars.
Yeah.
I would truly let Father Bell just.
Oh my gosh.
I have to watch what I say because my 6-year-old isn't here, but you understand. Okay, I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, awesome. I know that also for those who are interested in, say, like historical romances, Autumn, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been meaning to check out her most recent book haul, because she did an entire haul video on nearly like 100 historical romances that she has collected recently. And so, yeah, if anyone's interested in that particular subgenre, I think she's probably the one to speak with. Anyone else have a channel in here? Yeah, everybody go subscribe to each other. This is lovely.
Rye.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rye probably does. Yeah.
Rainy has a channel.
Mm-hmm.
Tomb Raider has a channel.
Oh wait, Tomb Raider has a channel?
Yes.
I did not know that. What is Tomb Raider's channel?
Tomb Raider.
I was gonna say I'm gonna have to.
I did not know that.
Yeah, her channel is what she is in here as. And from looking, I think that might be it. Does Sarah Fowler has a channel, I think?
Yeah. So Sarah
yeah. So
yeah.
If anyone else has a channel, just put it in the thing.
Yes, for sure. Everyone just take your time to search every single person's name. But yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, most people, if I recognize their name, I'm already subscribed to you. But if not, in the next coming sprint, I will be taking the time to subscribe to everybody. So I don't want to miss anyone. Also, Neva, we have a few other people who love Stay Gold as well. Still love Stay Gold, Rye says. Yeah, so Tomb Raider is subscribing to everybody, which is so nice. I'll make sure that if I'm not subscribed to you, I'll do that too. Yeah. Neva's in her gay era. Listen, we are all in our gay era always. I love it.
I'm truly in my gay era, and like people at my work are like, you are like you're really gay. And I'm like, I know. Okay. Also, I don't think they will show up in this sprint because it's early for them. They're like sleeping right now. But both my GM, so my GM showed up AJ, he showed up in Brooklyn Sprint, or tried to, but her YouTube did not like his comment because he put the word bomb in his comment, because he put that I was the bomb.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And then Eli, who I close with, he also showed up in Brooklyn Sprints, and then AJ showed up again, but in Brittany Sprints, and Brittany had like a fangirl moment. She was like,
"Oh my god!" She's like, "I know you, but I don't know you."
In the comments, I don't think they'll show up here because when they showed up in those 2 sprints, it was because they were at work. So Eli wasn't at work, but they were awake because they would be at work. And I was like, y'all just be showing up. So that's my alarm, clearly.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, Camilla.
Yes.
Hi, Camilla.
Hi, Camilla. Welcome to the chat. I'm reading Brain on Fire by Susanna Callahan.
So I have not read the book, but I watched the movie and it ripped out my heart. So I don't know that I want to read the book.
What is it about?
She has a disease. I don't remember exactly what the disease is, but essentially it makes her feel like her brain is on fire.
Oh wow.
I don't remember what the disease is, but it's a Netflix movie. And I watched it and I was like, somebody told me to watch it. It was like, you might cry. You never know me. Clearly, because I cried the whole movie. So,
yeah. Then Camilla, depending on where you're at, you're warned.
Yeah, it's nonfiction.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh my gosh, Camilla, we're reading nonfiction together. Yahoo! Look at us. Look at us go.
Remote.
I keep making nonfiction a goal and I just don't make it happen.
Yes.
Honestly.
I set that as a goal for myself this year. I said that I wanted to read. I think I said on paper that I wanted to read at least one, but for some reason in my mind, I kept telling myself that it was two. So I have read two. I've read 3 nonfiction so far this year.
Overachiever.
I told myself I was going to read 1 nonfiction a month. So far, I've read 1 nonfiction every 6 months because I keep picking things like Viola Davis's memoir, and then I pick Elliot Page's memoir. So it's going to be another 6 months before I read another one because I just be picking the heavy. And before Viola Davis, I listened to Jeanette McCurdy's book.
So good.
Clearly, I can't pick like a lighthearted nonfiction. Personal development. No, I'm just like, oh, this memoir looks great.
Yeah, like this will tear me apart. That sounds good. Yeah, and I think I thought that when I got into audiobooks, I'd be like, oh, perfect. I'll listen to a bunch of nonfiction, and that just again hasn't been the case. I just,
I'm very happy with nonfiction
too.
Yeah. Apparently the ending of Graybell will make me cry. Everyone, oh my gosh. We're all here together. We'll support you if you cry. Oh my gosh. I'm reading The Stable Boy of Auschwitz.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's also sad. Everybody. What are we?
We're just out here with tear jerkers. Well, except currently I'm reading smut, so.
Oh yeah, I was like, the different. Yeah. Well, Nel and Neva, you guys can keep us up, keep us happy. I don't know why I can't find you either. What's your at? Tomb Raider.
I was gonna say, is it the Zombie Princess 82?
So for Tomb Raider, what I had to do was I had to like type in her thing. Like I had to type in Tomb Raider, and then I had to like go up to the filters and hit channel, and then the second channel. Because
I was gonna say if you're like you need
it'll ask you if you want to search for Tomb Raider, and I was like, no, I don't. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, it's like no, YouTube has not caught on the very punny, awesome name of the channel. It's like, oh, you want to play this game? No.
I found a profile, but the profile that I found, the picture is different. Yeah, so I don't know if it's the same person, but the @ says Zombie Princess 82. I don't know if that's the right person.
No, it's her. It's literally the picture that she has in here. Like in the chat. I just had to actually filter it to channels only to find it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It seems like people are also in for a longer time, 1 hour. Yeah. I think that's what we'll go for, just to give everybody time to kind of relax and kind of get into the Saturday morning reading. Just started trying weekly vlogging. Rainy, good for you.
Yeah.
I'll do my best to join you all.
I'm doing Week in the Life vlogs again. Because truthfully, I just need an outlet to talk. If you don't want to watch my 2-hour vlogs, I understand. But also, you get a lot of like behind the scenes stuff if you watch it. So,
yeah, exactly. There you go. Get a little personality, some behind the scenes stuff. Y'all can call me Mel. Mel, yay! And I use they, them pronouns. Lovely. Awesome. Thanks for letting us know. Okay, Mel.
Here we go. Found it.
Yay! Good afternoon, Kay. Welcome. It's the morning for a lot of us. It's the evening for some others. Welcome. Neva, stay throwing her panties at that priest book. Like, damn.
I said it earlier, I think on Brittany's Friends. I would gladly go into that man's confessional, okay? Okay, I would join the Catholic Church again just for that. I'm just kidding. The Catholic Church is not for me. But I'm just like, people.
You like the idea of it though.
After I read it and like was talking about it, people were DMing me asking if they should read it, and I was like, I suppose that depends on like have you deconstructed your faith? Because like, I have. But also like, how religious are you? Because it could offend someone.
Oh,
and like
sure.
The author says in the beginning, like in like her little disclaimer or whatever, that I believe the author was part of the Catholic faith. So like the things, because if not, then she did extensive research, because the things that she talks about are things that you don't know unless you're Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I mean, I could see how it could like offend someone that he's like out here being a priest trying to just like have sex with the, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And I feel like hopefully the title, the genre, people would be prepared and know we've got to make sure we put responsibility on the readers, like for majority of the time, to know what they can handle and what they can't.
Yeah.
So yeah, for sure. My 100 book haul is going live at 10. Oh, that's the book.
Wow.
That's
100 books.
So a couple hours. Yeah, I've been obsessed with collecting historical romance. Cool. Okay, I'm glad I didn't miss it, because I knew that you were preparing that video, and I was like, I'm probably so behind into watching it. Danny's here. Hello, welcome. Good morning. You are so sweet. Yes, everybody is so sweet here. It's 10:30 p.m. here, and baby, it's probably due to wake up soon. Oh, baby is. Oh my gosh, your baby. Oh my gosh, yeah, probably soon. So I should actually go to sleep. Love hanging out with you for a little while. Yeah, no worries, Crystal. It was so nice to finally connect. I think this is the first time we've chatted. So yeah, that was so nice of you. We will be sure to sprint all together soon. Just have to find baby free time. Totally understand. Yeah, no worries.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Crystal.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope we will try to be quiet. We won't try to wake up the baby. Carissa, lovely. We've got Nel. We've got Carissa. Welcome, everybody. Nonfiction audiobooks are the easiest to digest. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, especially sometimes if the nonfiction, if the person who wrote it is the person who's reading it, then they're giving it in their voice. But I have read some where it's read by someone else, and that also is fine. I recently listened to The Last Kingdom on audiobook, and it was amazing. I was having a hard time with the physical. It's historical fiction. Yeah, I think that sometimes if you're having a hard time with the physical, if the audiobook is available, that's nice to kind of switch to that, see if that helps speed it up. Because sometimes it's nice that the audiobook just keeps going unless you pause it. So then it kind of keeps you reading rather than you being distracted by every little sound in your house. Memoirs on audiobook as well. Yeah. Sorry, I know my channel name is confusing to find. No,
it wasn't confusing. There's another person who's also a booktuber who has that same name. So that's the profile that I found until I did what Neva said, which is to like search, use the filter thing. Then I found your channel. But there's somebody else that has that same name, and that's what confused me.
How dare they?
I had to use, honestly, to find Nell's channel originally when I first found it, I had to also use the filter, because if you look for Nell Diamond, you get Neil, and I ain't trying to miss.
Oh no, I didn't.
Like, I know who he is, but like, sir, I was not looking for you.
Yeah, I didn't even connect that. That is so funny and probably very annoying for you. Autumn said, smutty romance on audio is not for me. It gets weird during certain scenes. I'd rather read those silently. Totally understand. I've been there because I work for like a library, and sometimes when I'm shelf reading, I'll have the audiobook in, and I've realized certain spicy books, I'm like, this is not an appropriate place.
Here's the thing. I listen to all the spice at work.
Yeah.
I work with men, okay, in the middle of the night.
Totally fine
I'll
with
just sit there. They're like, are you okay? And I'm like, I'm good.
I've
been challenged to listen to, I think it's called like Your Dad Will Do or something by Bree. Apparently I'm listening to that on Wednesday night while I'm at work, because she said that it's the one audiobook that's smutty that she wasn't able to listen to at work. So I've been challenged to do this. I'm gonna do it.
Don't. Don't.
I'm gonna do it. Sit down.
So is this the last part of the sprint, or is there somebody after me? So there's no one after me. So to be honest, we're a bit loose on how long we want to go. Like, it'll definitely go at least until 12 or for the 4-hour mark. But if people are willing to keep going, I'm okay with that. Or, you know, we don't have to end directly at 12 if the last sprint goes beyond that. So yeah, no worries. I want to do more on my channel, but I haven't worked up the courage to do it yet. Carissa, we believe in you. If you need any support, then yeah. And don't feel too much pressure. I think sometimes it feels like we want to compare ourselves to other people when like now I haven't posted in a couple weeks. It happens, you know, we have our other lives. We don't get paid to do this. We're just doing it for fun. So yeah, only do what you can.
Or you can be like me, where when I started my channel, all I did was sprints. And I did sprints like 7 days a week for like 4 hours every session. Ridiculous, really. I would die now if I did that. Like I would literally be deceased. I don't even know how I did it a year ago. Clearly I had nothing better to do.
Yeah. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
You were over at Biggest Sprints, right? The word nerd.
Yeah, she was with Bree. She was on Bree's sprints earlier.
What I remember specifically was that I found someone who also adores Little Thieves and Painted Devils. Just like
I was just gonna say that is the Little Thieves spokesperson.
I have Little Thieves downloaded from the library now. I'm gonna read that at some point.
Oh my gosh.
She was talking about it on the sprints.
Honestly, Little Thieves this year has, I think I'm going to say it's my favorite book thus far. I really enjoyed it so much. So yeah,
really?
like I went in not knowing what I was expecting, and it's just 500 pages of like epic amazingness. I love it.
Is it fantasy?
Yeah, so it's fantasy. It's YA fantasy, and it's like a retelling of the Goose Girl. And I feel like Owen does a really good job of making like the political systems, like the kingdoms, and we've got low gods. So she just adds a lot. I think sometimes people think of fantasy with YA it being a bit lighter, but I don't think I think she like makes sure that you really are involved in the world. There's like all this representation, which is lovely. Like the two main romance protagonists are demisexual, and we also have other diversity involved. So it's really nice to see because you don't really see that very often in fantasy, at least from my perspective. So yeah.
Yep, that's why I added it. When she was talking about it yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, I guess it was a couple of hours ago, but technically I guess it was yesterday. But when she was talking about it, I don't even know what the conversation was about. I don't even remember how we got on that topic because I was like very in and out. I think that was when I was making dinner and stuff. But she said something Ace. I was like,
yeah, we were talking about
Ace.
We were talking about special editions of those books.
Yeah.
And then she said something about there being Ace representation, and then you were like, did I hear Ace? And that's when she like jumped around the room and like went and grabbed them. And then I was like, well, I'm gonna download this because then she started talking about that like both main characters are also Demi, and I was like, Demi, okay, here we go. And then I read like the opening, like the what is that called? Like the dedication. And I was like, this dedication is great. And then I read like the little like prologue part, like before chapter 1. And I was like, clearly we're reading this. So
yeah, it's just a masterpiece. It's great. I don't want to hype it up, but honestly, it's amazing. Lovable reader, I'm trying to find your channel so I can subscribe. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah, everybody, honestly, just if you don't feel uncomfortable about it, throw in a link for your channel because, yeah, we want to spread the wealth of bookish friends. Writing down everyone's channel name so I can sub during the first print. Thanks, Mel. Speaking of, we promise we're going to get to it. I know that this chat is going on forever. Everyone's being so patient and so nice. I'm in the middle of recording for my second vlog ever. They're so hard for me. I have a hard time with the relaxed structure of those types of videos. Yeah. I think that it's one of those things where some people immediately gravitate towards vlogging, other people don't. And Nel and I are on the same camp as you, Danny, and Neva is superhuman. That's basically what it is. That's what we've decided.
I mean, so for me, I do.
It is a little hard to find. Let me know if you know.
Yeah, I don't have like super structure with vlogs, but I do try to give myself something. So like this week in the life vlog is very much just like behind the scenes. Like this is what I'm working on. I decided to give up on this vlog because fantasy, who's she? Like that's basically, you know what I mean? Like I just try to think of something to like talk about so I'm not just rambling for 15 minutes, but also a lot of my vlogs do have structure. Like when I did like the reading for 24-hour challenge thing, like that was the whole vlog was me reading for 24 hours. And that was all I talked about in that vlog. My weekly like week in the life vlogs are a little bit less structured because I'm like, well, you're just gonna know about my life, and if you don't want to know, sorry.
Yeah.
But here we are.
We all want to know. Of course we do. What's your most recent video totals? Karissa, that might help. Good morning. Good morning, Bree. Welcome. Good morning, Steph. Yay, everybody's rolling in. Yahoo. Yep. Summer is letting me be consistent now to stay consistent when I go back to work. Listen, Rainey, that's always the goal, right? It's like setting up habits, and then it's like, okay, if the habit is done long enough, it'll go on without other disruptions causing anything, but it's always the goal. What's your most recent video title, Karissa? Sorry, I can't type today. No, you're fine. I was just like, everyone probably knows what you're saying, and I don't, so I was more going to blame myself. Oh my gosh, I just heard a sound outside, and it scared me, but we're okay. I've got my windows open because it's such a lovely day out, but then now we're hearing traffic and things. Yep, I was on Brianna's. Yeah, lovely, that's what I thought. Yes, Little Thieves. Oh my gosh. 100%. It's amazing. Yeah, and you discussed it perfectly last night, so I was very happy to see that. Yeah. Neva will forever be the sprint queen in booktube. I stan. We all stan.
Really, the only reason that I even did sprints was because I was like, I did not know what to film because I was like, no one knows who I am. What am I gonna film? Like, I can't do a vlog. Like, no one's gonna watch that. So I was like, I will just sit here on live and attempt to sprint, and then like eventually it took off. I really don't know how I sprinted so much and by myself because there were like months before, probably like at least 2 months before I was like brave enough to ask even people that I knew in the booktube community. It's like, hi, do you want to be on sprints with me? Like, I was on other people's sprints before I asked people to be on my channel. So like I was just like, I'll just sprint by myself. Now I'm like scrambling on Thursdays to be like, do you want to come sprint with me? Because I do not want to do this by myself. Thank you so much.
And now you're orchestrating an entire 6-person 24-hour sprints. Look how far you've come. Yeah, it's so cool. So Bree says, oh, Margaret, you're officially the Little Thieves person. Literally, though. Yeah, Margaret, like, thank you so much for doing the good Lord's work. I don't have any videos yet. Okay. Karissa, just jump in. You can even do like a really relaxed introducing yourself, talking about which genres you're into. Oh yeah, exactly. That's a great one. Because then you have the questions, the prompts. So it's not like you got to come up with anything. You're just answering questions. Tags are great, especially that one. I have you to thank for this. Thank you. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, Margaret and Bree coming together to bring us great literature.
Yes, that was like my favorite dedication ever. I was like, oh, wow. Thank you so much.
Books with Demi Rep. What is this series called again? So it's Little Thieves by Margaret Owen. That's the first book. Painted Devils just came out this year, and then the third book should be coming soon, hopefully. My dream would be next year, but I believe it was a 2-year wait between the first and the second book. But that was also like we were going through stuff with COVID and things, so who knows? But I know that there's definitely going to be a third book. Yeah, it is great. Good morning, Jen. Welcome to the party. You can definitely build in some structure to the vlog. Yeah, that's true. For me, I usually have specific times I know I want to check in if it's a themed vlog. Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, I think like probably just more structure helps make it feel less overwhelming because that's usually how I feel. I don't know if that will help. We can't hear the traffic, or at least I can't. Okay, thanks, Margaret. Because you never wonder how much sound canceling is happening on your computer. I just scheduled my first set of sprints.
Nice.
Oh my gosh,
awesome!
Yeah. Honestly, feel free to even include. I think you should be able to include like a link because if Tome Raider did, but Mel was able to do that. But yeah, if not, everybody during the first sprint, go check out Karissa and make sure you hit notify me for her first sprints. I started my buddy read yesterday and got 140 pages.
Wow.
So I'm hoping to read the same amount today. Yes, hopefully we can support you on that. I promise, again, we're going to sprint soon. Scheduled times for check-ins would definitely help them feel more structured. That's a great idea. Yeah, for sure.
And
yeah,
if you're just doing like a weekly reading vlog, when I do weekly reading vlogs, I'll be like, hi, I'm reading, we'll just use this, Midnight Mass, right? And then I'll like I will not explain what it's about. I will just read you the synopsis on the camera. Like, I'm not going to explain what it's about because me explaining a book, absolutely not. But I will like read the synopsis and then I'll be like, you know, this is book number whatever in a series, if it's part of a series. And then I'll be like, when I get to 50%, I'll check in. Now, do I always check in at 50%? No. Like, there's plenty of times where I don't check in until like 75%. Or I'll read like a whole book in a sitting and then be like, didn't check in, but this is what my thoughts, you know what I mean? So you can definitely build your own structure into it. So it feels structured to you, even if it's not actually structured.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah. And yes, Margaret, me too. I was, my perspective was, I know that Owen also wrote a duology. So when I picked up Painted Devils, I was like, could this be, like, I didn't do enough research. I should have prepared myself mentally that this wasn't going to be a duology. But I was like, oh, she's written a duology before. This is probably a duology. And then at the end, I was like, no, but in the best way. I was like upset in the greatest way that any author could make you upset. But anyway, hello, Jean.
Hey, Jean.
Welcome. Yes, good morning. A lot of people will check in at specific page counts. I try to do something at the beginning-ish, middle, and then when I finish, anything else is for it, something happens. Yeah. That, like, if something big and suddenly you're like, okay, we need to have an update. That makes sense. And I like the halfway mark because I feel like if you get too far in, then there's a question of certain spoilers and other things. And I know that can be difficult for people to talk about a book on a vlog without giving spoilers. But also feel free to give spoilery blog, give a spoiler vlog when you want to, just let people know, like, they clicked on your video, they should have read the book. If you're going to have spoilers in it, that's on them.
And people are definitely good on BookTube about putting in their title. If it's spoiler or spoiler free, I really try to do spoiler free vlogs, but the Throne of Glass vlog that I'm working on right now will not be spoiler free. I'm sorry. Because I'm literally, like, as I read the books, I'm vlogging it, except for the first two, because I already read those. I'm not rereading them, so I'm just gonna like say what my thoughts are about them and then move forward. But from Crown of Midnight to the end, which is Kingdom of Ash, like, there's no way for me to share about the books without spoilers. So it definitely will be like a spoiler vlog, but like I will put that in the title so you don't go into it and they're like, ew, you have spoilers, and I'll be like, clearly. Do you want to say hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, good morning. Bree says, I'm still not awake yet, so I'll be listening to She Who Became the Sun this morning. Great. I loved She Who Became the Sun. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, honestly, that's a book that I should probably be looking into then. I'm not quite sure if you guys can see the link. Yeah, we might not. Yeah, I might have to be the one to post. Yeah. In this next sprint, I'll make sure to like add certain links to those who let me know if anyone else is like sprinting soon, because then I can just add them in the description too, because I'm totally fine with doing that. So yeah, I'll do that, Karissa. I got you. No worries. Let's see here. I think this is why I suck at vlogs. I don't know how to do a spoiler-free vlog. I basically just give a detailed synopsis. Yeah, like, honestly, as long as you're upfront being like, hey, there's going to be spoilers, then it's totally fine. Sometimes I'll just be like, you know what? I'm okay with knowing spoilers because I like to know, like, the dirt. Like, I just tell me what's going on, and I actually have a lot of fun. So
there's definitely an audience for spoiler-free and spoiler videos. Like, I know there are plenty of people, like Priest, for example. Priest is a series that I am pretty confident that I will never read, So I don't mind watching like spoiler videos because I know that I'm not going to read the books. And there are plenty of books that are like that where people feel like I'm never going to read this, like Spare. Spare was a book that a lot of people were like, I'm not going to read this, but I'm going to watch all the spoiler videos talking about it. So there's definitely an audience. If you want to do like spoiler videos, there's an audience for that.
And then there's people like me who watch spoiler vlogs to determine if they're going to read a book because they're not going to remember the spoilers once they get to reading the book.
Yeah, by the time I get to it, I won't remember. That's actually a great point.
I'm pretty sure before I ever read A Man Called Uva, I watched Murphy Napier's vlog on that, like her review on it. And she does the beginning, like the first half of her review videos are spoiler free. The second half is a spoiler vlog. I watched the entire thing and I was like, I'm going to read this book. I watched the entire thing. She was straight reading passages out of this book. I read it like 6 months later and I remembered no spoilers at all. I was like, I did not remember her talking about this. And then I rewatched her video and she definitely talked about the things that happened in this book. Did I remember anything? No, I did not. So,
yeah, there you go.
Memory issues like me, it's fine.
Yeah, and I suppose the last ditch effort, if you wanted to make it spoiler free friendly, you can always just do timestamps, like let people know when a spoiler is coming, and then make sure they know that they can speed forward. That might be more work for you on the editing scale. So just again, choose your battles. Rainy says, "LOL, my kids are both sleeping on me right now. I'll probably sleep too." Yeah, please enjoy. This can also be a sleeping sprint if you want it to be. Let me see here. I'm going to be listening to Untamed by Glennon Doyle and doing my diamond painting. Lovely.
Untamed is a great book. It's nonfiction.
That's what I thought, because that's another title that I've seen everywhere. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that's nonfiction. Look at us, all of us reading, not writing. What am I saying? Reading nonfiction. If I'm not reading it soon, I'll have forgotten by the time I get to it. Yeah, exactly. I enjoy spoiler videos too for books I don't want to read. I just want to hear someone's thoughts. Exactly. You know who's a great person who, like, I love her spoilers because it's usually like she's ranting, is Booktube with Amy. She's a Scottish booktuber. Maybe it's her accent, maybe it's her passion, but I just, I'm like, I will hear you spoil any book, especially when you're angry. It's great. I used to be so pressed about spoilers, but child, my TBR is 1,200 plus long. I ain't gonna remember. Honestly, E. Harris, that is also a great point. All of us probably have book problems, or we have so many books. It's like, don't worry about it.
And you're also not gonna read every book. You know what I mean? So like, sometimes I will really watch them because I'm like, but do I want to read this book? And then the spoilers will be enough for me to be like, never mind. I wanted to read this book, but now that I know what's going to happen, I don't. So forget it.
Yeah, and sometimes that's a great screening process. Being like, yeah, that actually isn't for me, or that would make me so angry I'd throw the book. And yeah, totally. And yeah, Autumn, that I love this. I love this comment as well. So funny and so true. Hi, had a couple things to do, but I'm back. Hi, Brittany. Welcome. Yes. Yeah. Feel free to relax in the comments because you did your time as the host. 10% left. Yay. Okay. On that note, we are going to do our first sprint. I will change the screen to an hour because some people mentioned that they wanted to do that. It gives people time to do other things.
Probably not today, but we're gonna do it.
So how do I? Ooh, cool. All right. Okay, so we will be seeing everybody in an hour. Happy reading, productivity, sleeping, whatever you're doing. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all had a great sprinting session. How did you both do? We can start with Nell, just for organization's sake.
What did I do? I watched Courtney's premiere for her priest video.
Cool.
I got 25 pages into this, and I ate breakfast, and I updated my blog.
Yahoo! How is it so far? Are you glad that you
Good.
finally started it? Okay,
I'm
good.
enjoying it so far. I'm like very curious to know what happened between her and Sam. I'm like, is Sam dead? Or like, did she sleep with his dad? Like, what happened? Like, I just need to know.
Awesome.
That was from is he dead to did she sleep with him? I was like,
it's gotta be
well, those are the only two options.
I made it to 20-something%, 25, I think.
Yeah, very nice.
And then I filmed a B-roll, which like y'all voted for the B-roll. Okay.
I was gonna ask you how that poll turned out.
I don't usually film B-roll because like I don't feel like anyone wants to watch me read. Like I just feel like I don't know. Like I don't mind watching other people like if they have B-roll, but like I just feel awkward doing it. So that's why my laptop was like over here for a while because I had my tripod up on my bed. I was like filming myself reading, but then I'm like, what do I do? Like, I feel weird. So I was like eating part of an oatmeal cream pie, and I was like, I don't feel like anyone wants to watch me do this.
Yeah, you feel like you're acting almost. Like you're like, this is my flip the page. Like I'm a reader. When it's like, no, you are a reader. You're reading.
Yeah. So I like filmed myself reading for like 6 minutes, which like I was reading. And like I was like highlighting things like in like on my Kindle and stuff, but I was like, I just feel like this is so awkward because I was like, do y'all want to watch me read? Like I don't read physical books, so like you don't even like get the aesthetic of like
the flipping of the page.
Someone like holding a book. You know what I mean? Like you don't even get like you get this. This is what you get.
Yep.
Like you just like see all of my gay stickers on the back of my Kindle. Like you don't even get like the aesthetic of like
I like the necklace.
However aesthetic
I like
this
the
is.
necklace in this book.
Yeah, I bet you do. It's that's a rosary.
I like and I love rosaries.
You do?
Oh my gosh.
I loved it since I was even born.
Since you were born? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You bring in the chaos, buddy?
Mom?
Yes.
After this is over, can I please play outside? Because I need to play outside.
We'll see. Probably.
I can play outside, or we can go for a walk. And I can bring my baby doll and stroll her in the stroller.
Okay, we'll see. We'll talk about it when I'm done, okay? Yeah? Okay, sit down.
Thumbs up at the same time.
We'll talk about it when I'm done. Sit down. But
Chrissy, welcome. How about you? Are you enjoying Scritch Scratch? Oh, I think your sound's off, by the way.
I don't know if my audio.
Yeah, if you need to, you can turn off your video. I know that we did that on Brooklyn Sprints once, and that helped with the audio.
We're just gonna swap.
There you go. Do what you got to do. Okay. Well, if she comes back, I'll like keep a monitor on and I'll bring her back. I know that sometimes it's tough, like with the internet where she is at the moment. But I ended up getting about 20 pages into. I read without the flap on, but Islands of Abandonment, and I'm really enjoying it. It's like set in Scotland at the moment, and I feel like the author, she's doing a really good job of acknowledging that she's visiting these places that have either been kind of destroyed by like either war or just mistreatment of the land, but now it's having a second beginning. So I feel like she's written this to be a bit hopeful, saying, look, nature, not to quote Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park, but life finds a way, like nature finds a way to kind of correct itself, which is kind of cool. So I'm enjoying it so far, and which is nice because it's always nerve-wracking when you're like, I want to read nonfiction. It's like, what if I don't like it? And then I feel like a failure. Like, is it me? But anywho, I also ended up getting a book. UPS dropped a book off. So maybe at some point we can open that.
Do you know what it is already?
No, I don't.
Okay.
What it is. It was actually perfect timing because it would have been awkward if we were, talking during this moment. But I heard the steps coming up my back porch because I live on the second floor of this apartment. And I just heard the UPS guy, UPS. And then he left and I was like, okay. So I got up, grabbed it and everything. But anyway, yeah. So maybe we can open it together and figure out what it is. Hello, Chrissy. Welcome back.
Okay. So I still can't stream like normal. I'm like, no.
Yeah, you know what? At some point, everything will work out. But for now, we're doing what we got to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we are officially going to be out of this hellhole of a state. So.
Right. Yay. Yeah, because you're in Florida at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in Florida at the moment.
I mean, not fully getting into the politics aspect, but just affordability is just like, I didn't realize how bad it was until we started looking at, my sister-in-law is in the Dallas area. And so we started looking at places for when we can, once our credit is a certain amount, to start applying. But it just is mind-blowing how the average for a 2-bedroom is $1,400 to $1,600 a month, compared to Florida that you can maybe get a studio or a POS 1-bedroom here in Florida.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely an issue all across the United States at the moment, but certainly those places where it almost is seen as like a retirement, vacation home, holiday home type of state, like Hawaii has that issue as well. And so I think Florida and Hawaii, those who have the ability to say have a holiday home or have the ability to say retire in these like ideal locations, it ends up increasing the state of living for people who grew up there. Like, for instance, Native Hawaiians are having a hard time in Hawaii at the moment. And so it doesn't surprise me that that's happening in Florida too.
There's an actual hotel we're going to be looking into. It's weekly. It comes out to $1,400 a month. They don't do a credit. The only background is I'm sorry, my kids are playing their VR headset.
That's okay. Children can do that. They're allowed.
But it comes to $1,400, and it actually is a full-fledged like 1-bedroom apartment. Has full stove, full sink, fridge, like has a living room and a separate bedroom thing and everything like that. And we have the same thing here. There was one similar thing, but because we had a eviction filed, it was paid and everything like that, but because it was filed and it pops up in our background, not our credit, the hotel would not touch us because the eviction was filed. And so we talked to the apartment. I'm like, okay, can we get a letter stating that it's been paid in full? No, we don't do letters. And I'm like, well, I need proof that this has been paid. Oh, well, here's all your expenses. And during this time, that's where the eviction was. And then you got a zero balance. So they'll understand that. I'm like, they shouldn't have to, like, go through our finance charges for the whole time we were there. A simple, yes, they paid on this date, but apparently it's policy for them to not do letters because Florida will not let them do letters. I'm like, oh my gosh. And that was just like the nail on the coffin. It's like, we're done. We're like, we're at the point where we are just gonna get as much money as we can, go through everything in storage and just go with our storage, sell stuff, even if we don't need it absolutely now, we're just gonna keep paying on storage until we get a permanent place. But yeah, and it's just I'm just wanting to be out of here.
Well, we're here for you, and honestly, I'm glad that things are moving forward, even if it feels like it's slow progress. So whatever you need, even if it's just a little bit of event session, a little bit of a why Florida, why, we're here, we've got you. Maybe not Neva, apparently. She's like, no.
Well, she lived in Florida, so she totally understands.
She probably understands.
I think she knows exactly as far as that goes. But yeah, it's just one of those where, like, and we have seen it. I mean, we lived here before, and it's like, I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be like that and everything like that. But I mean, it's getting worse. And of course, the excuse is so like just over the top, where it's like, well, it's because of COVID. I'm like, well, COVID happened in 2020. We are in 2023. It's like, but yet other states aren't, the rent isn't as expensive. So but it's totally like eye-opening when we looked where my sister-in-law is. We're like, what?
Like, oh, that actually sounds livable, interesting, What?
It's just, oh man.
Yeah.
So totally did not mean to just vent, but I don't have anybody really to vent to.
Yeah, that's what we're here for, We are a booktube community, but we support each other in everything else beyond that. Yeah, like, this is a way to de-stress, figure things out. Yeah, no worries. If you needed to do that, we were here for you.
I've bookish content. I haven't gotten much of the book Scratch. I will say it definitely has kind of the same vibe as the Girl in White did. Well, it's from the same author, so they're going to be
that makes sense,
doing the same. But yeah, we other than that's pretty much my life in a nutshell. We're hoping in a month we'll be in Texas, so my boys actually want to go like tomorrow. If they could, they would want to go today. Well, not only that, but we'll actually have support other than my family. Like my sister-in-law and my husband both are like, yeah, if they say this in regards to, oh, we don't know how to help. Yeah, it's their way of saying that they don't really give a rat's ass, and they're just not wanting to help at all. It's like, you can easily ask, what can you do if you really wanted to do, but they don't. And it's sad, but no, they're excited because they will have cousins they can play with that are around their same age. And my sister-in-law already said that they are more than welcome to stay with them while we work. So we'll have that support as well. So I can find a job, and hopefully my husband can just transfer jobs to Texas.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
But yeah.
One step at a time. Yeah, for sure. It's baby steps, and again, we're from all different parts of, the world at the moment, but yeah, we can at least be here to listen when you need, for sure. So just sorry we can't do more than that. But yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Thanks, you guys.
So E. Harris says, unless I plan on reading a popular book while it's trending, I don't care about spoilers. Yeah, this was back when we were talking about spoilers before we went into the sprint, Chrissy. Yeah, we were kind of talking about spoiler content, spoiler-free content, and all that jazz. Oh yeah, I love spoilers to help me decide if I want to read a book or not. Sometimes I stop part of the way in if it sounds good enough to want to read. And if not, I'll just keep watching. Yeah, that's actually a good point. It's like the person, as soon as they hear something that they're like, oh, wait, okay, now I don't want to. Yeah, they can dip. So that makes sense. Yes, reading. This must have been right before we went in. It's so funny. Oh, and also, so for autumn, when the sprint ends, so obviously it ended about 15 minutes ago, my video will literally be premiering, but after that, I will try to come back. My kids also want me to play outside with them already this morning. Lovely. Yeah, I was gonna say, if it's a really nice day out where I am right now. So if it's as lovely for autumn, I believe she's in Maine, which also sounds amazing. I'm sure it's a beautiful summer at the moment. But so if anyone, maybe in their next sprint, once we get done with the chatting, again, if you want a break, go check out Autumn's video that just premiered. I put this in the comments, but if anyone wants to refresh the page, then they'll find KARISSA'S reading sprints linked. This is her first reading sprint event. I think she scheduled it for the 1st of July, if I remember correctly. So go check out the link there, hit notify me for that. And then a bunch of people were trying to find handles of each other in the comments. And so I tried to include all of the ones that I could remember. But if I've missed someone, just don't feel weird about it. Just let me know so I can add you in the comments just to make it easier for everybody else, because making friends is fun. Okay. Sophie joined in Sophie's books. Excited to finish my book today, hopefully. Yes, hopefully we can help you with that. We do like to chat here, though, just to warn you. we've been trying to do sprints, but chatting is usually a bit more fun for us for some reason. And so Stormy Harper Gamer says, OMG, this book is getting good, which I have to say, the last comment that we got from them is that they had 10% left. So what is happening? We're suddenly 10% left. What's been happening up to this point? I don't know. I just think that's really funny. This comment also made me laugh when it came up. This person just said, y'all just reading? And I don't know if they're being serious or not, but I find it very funny. It's like, yeah, pretty much. So Rainey did not read, but finished editing and uploading the rest of my videos for June. Yay! Honestly, that's probably more of an accomplishment than reading. So
yeah.
40 pages of spells for forgetting left for Brittany. A friend of mine absolutely adored that book. So Brittany, I hope you're enjoying that too. Oh no, an update. Oh no, things were getting good and suddenly something happened. Not how. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Oh gosh. Thank you for putting my sprints on your channel. Yeah, of course, Carissa. Honestly, again, if anyone has sprints coming up, let me know on that too, and I can add the links there. Just because you all took the time to join us in this sprinting, why not spread the love? So Jen got to 33% of Untamed. Oh my gosh, already a third of the way through it. How are you enjoying it? So Margaret is trying to fix the thumbnail for the video that just went up. Great. Perfect. Isn't that always the worst thing when you realize that there's something wrong?
And then you can copy it
after you've uploaded it.
Yes, yeah, or you see a misspelling. Sometimes I'll rewatch my videos after I've uploaded them just to see how it transitions, which is a stupid time to do it. I should have done it beforehand. and then I'll see I like misspelled something, and I'm like, no, it's in grade forever. So yeah, we feel your pain, Margaret. Just joined in that last sprint. Welcome, Ava. Got to page 88 in The Lies I Tell by Julie Clark. That
sounds
sounds
interesting.
Yeah, maybe like a thriller or a suspense. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. Page 44, lots of traffic and it's raining. Oh no. Sorry, right? Sometimes raining can be nice though. Sometimes it's like atmospheric, but sometimes it's not when you're reading something that doesn't have any rain in it.
Well, and I know they're headed to the beach.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize.
They're taking a road trip to the beach, so that might be why she's crying that it's raining.
Yeah, and traffic too. Horrible.
Yeah.
You do not want that.
Hopefully the rain will clear up by the time they get to their destination.
Yeah, and hopefully it's one of those rains where it makes everything nice and cool, but not too humid. You know, after a rain ends, sometimes it actually makes everything sticky and gross. So hopefully not if you're going to the coast or something.
Maybe the traffic is just the universe stalling you so that by the time you get there, it's not raining anymore.
Yes. Oh, that's such a great silver lining idea. Being like, no worry. The traffic's actually a good thing.
You want to go to blanket?
Steph says, went to get a coffee, stuck in a downpour. Oh my, are you in the same place as Rye? Like, what is going on? Waiting for it to slow down so I can get back in the house. I have done that before where I'm like, oh, I'm just sitting here. I am not leaving this car. I didn't read a thing, but I did eat some breakfast and make coffee. Perfect. Nice. I think that's why we did the 1 hour sprint, let people readjust themselves. I have literally just a few pages left. Oh no, I think probably the no was that maybe the alarm went off. And
okay, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, Stormy Harbor, if you need to, mute us, finish the book, and then let us know how it all went. Danny, I'm about halfway through Ragged Company. I honestly, with that title, I have no idea what the genre would even be for that.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
Maybe contemporary? I don't know.
Yeah, contemporary. I don't know if ragged, for some reason, I'm like, is it funny? Like Ragged Company? Like, it doesn't sound like the best company, but maybe it's, I don't know. Danny and I are also doing a buddy read next month for July. We're finally reading 5th Season by is it N.K. Jemisin? Yeah. I'm so excited for that because that's been a book that's been on my shelf forever. And I felt like I needed a friend to read that with. So, yeah.
Do you read a lot of fantasy?
Honestly, I don't, or I didn't. And because I feel like I felt like it was always intimidating, especially adult fantasy, because I'm like, oh, there's like so much to know. Will I be able to pay attention? And so I remember a few years ago, I bought that book being like, I'm going to try. I'm going to get into it. And then I got nervous. And so I never started it. And so this past year, I've gotten far more into fantasy. Obviously, I mentioned like Little Thieves earlier and other things. So I think this might be this is my year to get into fantasy.
Have you read anything else from that author?
No, I haven't. But obviously, Jemisin's won like so many awards. Was it like, especially for that series, I think. So yeah. Have you read it?
I read the first book. I did not rate it because most of the book I did not understand what was happening, but I'm also not an avid fantasy reader. I've also never read anything else by that author. So like for me, I was just confused for most of the time. They kind of like drop you in this world, and the way they talk about stuff, they talk about it as if you've already read the books that come before it. But there are no books that come before. Like that is the first book. So I'm like, am I the only one that doesn't understand what is being talked about right now? But there is apparently an appendix in the back of the book, which I did not know until I was like 80% of the way in. So maybe if I had looked at that, maybe that would have, made some things make sense. But I was like, at this point, I have like 20% left. I'm just going to roll with it.
I always wonder why appendixes, they should almost be at the front. So it's like, okay, now I know I've got like a support system as I go forward.
Right.
What is this book?
The 5th Season.
Oh, I have not read that yet. It's on the list, you know what I mean? But we got to get me back into a fantasy. Here's the thing.
I think that if you understand it, it's great. I just didn't know what was going on for pretty much the entire time.
Here's where I think I've shot myself in the foot. So like last year, I was like heavy reading like thrillers and fantasy. I was dabbling with smut a little bit because I had discovered KU last year, but not like I am now. And then like it all transitioned like halfway through the year, and I became like a romance girly, and I was like, who is she? Truly? Ew. Like, no.
4 bottles of weed.
Because I can't. Sit down, please. And now I feel like it's caught up to me how much fantasy I read last year. And so, thank you. And so, okay, thank you. And so this year, I'm like, what is fantasy?
Mm-hmm.
Who wants that? Because I did read a lot of fantasy at the beginning of the year, and now I don't care to be honest.
Yeah, and we always go in like ebbs and flows, you know, like suddenly you get into a genre and then suddenly you get into a different genre. It's totally fine. The one thing I will say, so Danny and I read Dead Silence this month together, and oh man, I loved it. Yeah, oh, it was so good. Danny really enjoyed it too. Super atmospheric. I know that Danny's like main criticism was just she wanted it to be longer so we could like get more development, but it was really great. And actually, I think that author is coming out with not a sequel, but I think it's like in the same vein, Ghost Station next year, which I'm really excited about. But yeah, highly recommend. Sci-fi horror, just thriller kind of suspense, and yeah, it was really great. Some of the descriptions were just perfect. But that was my choice for our buddy read, and so we decided to kind of keep buddy reading together. And so Danny knew that I also had the 5th season on my list, and she's like, I feel like that would be a good book to have someone to support and like talk through some of the elements. So you saying that, I think that means it's even better that we're reading it together. Yeah. So we can be like, did you understand that? Hopefully one of us did, and then move forward. So great.
I need to read Dead Silence also.
Yes. Like honestly, and it was really a fast read. It's about 300 pages, but I remember we were surprised when we got to 200 being like, oh my gosh, we've already read 200 pages. We didn't even notice. Like, I think we did like about 50 pages a day just to kind of keep up with each other. And it went by really fast. So an easy read, I would say. So Nadim said, I just started reading Metamorphosis by Kafka. I read that years ago, and that is a weird one. That is definitely a weird book. If anyone, I don't want to give any spoilers away, but I feel like it's also such a classic that it's, you know, has anyone here read Metamorphosis?
I've never heard of it.
Oh I've my
never
gosh.
heard of it.
I've heard of it, but I've never read it. Kafka does nothing for me at all.
Yeah.
To be honest,
Kafka is one of those, classics. Like, I think it was like early kind of horror, kind of, I don't know, fantastical elements is what Kafka was known for, but it's pretty dark too. There's some dark themes in there. I made it to page 378 of year 1, almost done. Yay, congratulations, Sarah. Oof, Margaret. What? Oh, I know it is. Affordability is ass in all of the cities in Florida. I believe it.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's a big reason that we moved out of Florida. Because we had, I'm not going to share it on the internet, like the reason that we had to like leave where we were living. Because that's for Ari. But we had to leave like in an emergency situation. If I'd been able to find somewhere else to go in Florida, we would have probably stayed there just because like I do like it there. But like the affordability was crazy. Like even for like rent control.
Yeah. No, it is. And I mean, we like, so with how cheap 2 bedrooms is, it's like, okay, well, let's see what 3-bedroom options are. Holy crap. Like anywhere from 17 to 2,100. I mean, granted, yes, it's going to be more expensive. However, though, like for a 3-bedroom, that's like a 2-bedroom in Tampa. And we literally thought being in Tampa would be not as expensive as Orlando. No. No, not at all.
Yeah.
It's just not for us. And we're like,
yeah, even Rainey says, I want to get out of Florida really badly, but I can't leave my job.
Pizza, and I can pick your pepperonis.
Music teacher jobs aren't as easy to come by, and I love my school. It's seriously fabulous. Oh, that's so bad.
That's
like,
awesome.
Perfect. Yeah. And I'm sure with music teaching, it's typically like maybe one or two teachers per school, even in a school district, depending on how large it is. So yeah, that can be really
what I'll do is I'll put the pepperoni on half. Okay.
So Carissa says, I would love to move to Florida. I'm not the biggest fan of the snow in Michigan. Oh yeah, that's a distinct difference.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, Michigan is far colder. I mean, it's also due to all the people doing the Airbnb shit. Oh, that's so true. Like rent has gone up for no reason. What I used to be able to get for like $600 a month is $1,100 now. Yeah, that is really true. Like Airbnb has made it really difficult. Like it's great for traveling. It's great if you're visiting somewhere.
Exactly. And that's what we told our boys is that what we'll do is make like a once a year visit to Florida, because a lot of even Disney, I mean, you can just do like a $200 down payment and you can pay it off like whenever you want to, as long as it's paid by the time of the vacation. And so we might just end up doing that. Because I said it still gives them the Disney fix, and it's an actual vacation. Like being here and visiting Disney, it just doesn't. It's like okay.
Yeah.
Plus, we hardly have gone anyways because they didn't have the annual passes until just recently, but we're still yeah. It's just. I didn't even dawn on me as to the Airbnb stuff and why it's increasing.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And Margaret is being our mouthpiece today. It is a bullshit policy for sure.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Yeah, but good morning, welcome,
hey, Kiana, did you watch the video? Did you see your debut? You made your debut on BookTube today. Have you seen the video?
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Okay, thumbnail has been fixed. Disaster averted. Lovely. Based on that PFP of Batman. PFP. What does that mean?
I don't know.
I know. I always want to know what all the acronyms and the things mean. Probably has no idea what's going on here. I wonder what that is. Please,
I also have no idea.
Inform us. Yeah. I'm struggling to get my video. Are you hearing this?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, give it a second.
I'm so sorry. No emergency is happening in this apartment, I promise. Okay. For some reason, it took me a second to realize it was my screen, like my world that it was happening in. Okay. So I'm struggling to get my video exported, which is rather annoying. The audio file is corrupting each time.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Sophie. That's the tough thing is I feel like being bookish people, we have no idea about tech things. It just isn't working. And I'm like, why is it not working? I wish you luck. It can be very annoying, especially if you have to keep exporting and just wasting time. I was wearing an old youth group shirt that had been relegated to PJs. Very nice. And no one needs to be jump scared by Win Disciple release. Yep, exactly. It's a con woman thriller. It's fun so far. Oh, cool. That's the one. What was that called?
The lies. Something about lies.
Yeah. Here it is.
Yeah.
The Lies I Tell. Very cool. Yeah. Now, I make the effort to go find the other comment and then I can't find where we are. It's fine. Okay. Rainy days are the best for sprints though. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Not great for beach. Great for reading sprints. I agree. Hey, I'm back. Had to go and feed the little ones. Totally fine, Mel. No worries. Mel, your handle is also in the description now. I don't know if you probably were gone while I was explaining that, but a few people, all of your @s are in there. They should be at least. Wait, I missed it. Which book are we talking about? Did I miss that? I think it might have been the one we were just talking about, the con woman thriller. If not, I know it's so tough when when the chat keeps going and then it's like, I don't know what we were talking about. But that's okay. Just saw the description.
Could she have been talking about that one book that you
Oh,
were
we were talking-
that you're budding reading?
Oh, the
Fifth
fifth
maybe?
season or Dead Silence I mentioned, but yeah, I think predominantly we were talking about the 5th season. So Margaret, if you've got something to include there, let us know. Oh yeah, I really want to read 5th season. I love the first Jemison book I read. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see. This will be my first experience with Jemison. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh yeah, I had to physically read that one because I tried the audio and I was like, I'm so lost. I needed my full brain for that one. Yeah, that I don't think I definitely would not have tried audiobook for that just because I know that that would have been too intimidating. I love the Broken Earth trilogy. Okay, yeah, that's what the series is called. The ending of the first book shocked me, and I wish I could read it for the first time again. Oh my gosh, cool.
I don't even remember how the first book ended.
Yeah, now
I
it's like,
really
wait a
didn't
second.
understand. I don't remember what happened now. I have to go back and like read the last chapter because I don't remember how it ended.
Yeah. So basically, we've come to a conclusion. We won't remember spoilers. We also won't even remember books we've read. You know, we have the whole spectrum here. Ragged Company is contemporary.
Okay.
Nice, Nell. Good job. You follow 4 homeless individuals who take shelter in a theater during a winter storm, and you follow their lives together. It isn't my norm, but I'm really enjoying it. Oh, cool. I mean, that just goes to show. Gotta try different reads sometimes. And it seems like really good that it includes like representation of, you know, those who are in the homeless community. So so Mel, I have Dead Silence is on my Kindle. I really need to get to it. Yeah, honestly, I think it could be a good book just for if you want to get out of a slump too. Because like I said, it was such a quick read that I didn't even, you know, feel the time going by. Yes, I'm excited for our next buddy read. Me too, Danny. We can figure out the complex things together. Yeah, exactly. What we were doing with Dead Silence, we just kept sending each other voice messages over Instagram like every day, and it was great. So I'm sure that's what's going to happen with the 5th season. Yeah, read Metamorphosis. Nice. What did you think about it? Yeah, let me know if you also thought it was weird because I remember it being weird. I read the 5th season in high school and I wasn't a big fan. Okay, so again, got the spectrum. Some people found certain things confusing. Some people loved it. I think that's what kind of makes a good book, though. I'm only skeptical when everyone adores a book because I'm like, okay, that's not realistic. I was like, there's got to be some people who aren't going to be a fan, which is totally fine. Not every book is for everyone. But if everyone loves it, I'm almost less likely to read it. Years ago in school. Yeah, I was going to say Metamorphosis is definitely more of like kind of an academic, like high school kind of read, I think. Oh, hell no, not Tampa. I'm like 30 minutes from there. Clearwater is where the cheapest housing is in that area. Okay. Yeah, profile picture. Oh, PFP? Is that what that is? Profile.
Oh.
Thank you. That is, I feel like that's so funny. Now a whole new world is what I can't find your original comment, but based on that profile picture.
Oh,
of
the
Batman?
person probably that came in here was asking, "Are we reading?" That's
yeah.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
All the pieces are connecting now.
Oh my gosh, that is so. That's so funny.
We were all confused.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. That was such a weird thing. I already forgot that weird person just asking if we were all reading.
Yeah,
We clearly had books in front of
I
us.
saw it when it popped up, and I was like, "Do I go into my phone and like answer this and be like, yes, we're
Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure in the title it says reading plus productivity sprints.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, the internet. Yeah.
Okay, she hasn't watched it yet.
Okay. Well, your debut, you got to make an appearance in the comments as well. The dude that was confused, yeah, we were reading, yeah. And what a concept, reading together on the internet. Whatever.
I mean, here's the thing, like when I had to try to explain sprints like to people at work, because I watch sprints or listen to them, like I will run them through my phone while I'm at work. And they were like, so you all read the same book? And I'm like, no. And then they're like, do you read out loud? And I'm like, oh, no.
Can you imagine story time?
That would be chaos.
So you just like read a book out loud, and I was like, if I had to do that, I would not do sprints. Like that was the thing that what I had to do, when I had to like sit here and be like, hi guys, today we're gonna read that, and I had to read out loud.
Yeah.
Nope. And I was like, no.
Especially with what you're reading at the moment, that is not read aloudable on the internet.
If I read Priest out loud on the internet,
Can I touch my
no.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, we like all have like our own book, you know. And then I was like, we set a timer, we read, we come back, we share what we read, and then we talk. And then I was like, just watch one, just once. And now he like watches all of my sprints. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say sprints is hard to explain to people who have never done one before, because it's like when you're explaining it, you're like, it sounds dumb and boring, but like when you're there, it's not dumb or boring. It's actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, and I was able to explain it to like people outside of the reading community,
right?
That do like I don't like calling them power hours because that's what MLMs call them, but essentially like where they do like working sprints, you know. So they'll like set it like a community I'm in, the Hustle Sanely community. We do those. I think she does them twice a month or something. But it's like we all get on Zoom for an hour. She plays like lo-fi music, and then for that hour we do whatever we're gonna do. But it's just like a co-working session is what she calls it. So like when I explained it in there, they were like, "Oh, so there's like a co-working session, but you read," and I was like, "Yeah."
Yeah, exactly. And then you get like a little brain relaxation, you know, brain break, and then you can go back in and yeah, just that kind of thing.
My husband, whenever I first started saying, "Oh, I'm gonna sprint," he's like, "You know, it's like 10 o'clock at night, right?" I'm like, "What?" He's like, "You're gonna go running?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah, like of course not.
Like,
you know me.
Yeah, I get the question. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna sprint. They're like, sprinting where? And I'm like, never mind.
Yeah, no, just we're already past it. You already lost me. It's fine.
I wore my Late Night Crew sweatshirt that on the back it says I can't read without sprints. I wore it to work like the first time I ever wore it to work, and one of the teenagers was like, "You run?" He was like, "You run track?" And I was
like, oh, honey, no.
Oh no!
But like, I was so confused as to why he was asking me, like, because I was like, "There's no way. Like, why would you ask that? Like, that's such a random thing." And he was like, "Well, how do you read and run track?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He was like, "Your shirt," and I was like, "No, like reading sprint. It's not running."
Yeah, running in my mind. That's what's happening right now.
I mean, I know people that like use their treadmill and like read on their Kindle, but I'm not
or
gonna
like go for a walk and like listen to an audiobook.
Could you imagine if you were like holding your Kindle like this and just like running around the block?
Yeah. Like, what is going on? What's on that screen? What is scaring her? Yeah. So yeah, I agree, Mel. Ragged Company does sound good. It sounds really interesting. This is the first time I even heard the title, so maybe it needs more, circulation. Carissa says, "I love buddy reads." Yes, me too. That's how I got through The Way of Kings. Like, honestly, yeah, I think it's a great way for you to especially tackle certain books that might be intimidating, because doing it by yourself, you don't have any motivation. Some of the story is devastating, but it is oddly wholesome. It focuses on the small things and the importance of your chosen family. Yeah, that's great. I love a good chosen family story. Me too. Adding to the TBR for sure. Productivity sprints. Yes. Yahoo. LOL. They don't get sprints at first. Yeah. Then I think I feel like people are kind of like, oh, that sounds weird. And I guess again, it does until you actually do it. And now it's one of my favorite aspects of YouTube at this point. Yes, that's so funny.
Like it's the worst trying to explain it to people especially people that don't read. They're like, so you just sit in front of the camera and read a book in silence, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, listening to an audiobook is definitely doable. I mean, I would like
for
one
like
of those
jogging.
Yeah, I would like a walking pad with like a stand. What is that called? Sit and stand. It's not a sit and stand desk.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's just like
a standing desk. That's what I'm trying to say. All I could think was sit and stand, and I was like, no, girl, that's a stroller. That's not.
I was just, in my mind, I was like, you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. Sitting and standing at the same time.
There's a tiny stroller where like you can have 2 children on the stroller at once. So like the back of it, like where you push it, has like a sit and stand. So
Yeah.
some of them will have like a bench or a small seat, so they can either sit or stand. You feel me? Okay. But like a standing desk with like the walking pad, because like I could like set my Kindle on like an iPad stand and like do it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've even on reading sprints, I've actually, I've like set the timer, and then I've literally left my home, gone walking while listening to an audiobook, and then just be like, okay, gotta be back before the timer comes off. So like you can definitely do that for sure. They think we're all reading the same thing. Yeah, for sure. I think the immediate thought is it's like book club, which like you can do, for sure. Like I've seen people on the screen who are all reading the same book because it's like a book club time, and in the comments you don't have to be reading it. But yeah,
well, Brittany and Kelsey do that. They do book club sprints once a month.
Yeah, and even Brittany and I are now doing the Ice Planet Barbarians like every other month, and so we are sticking to like starting at the same time. So we start the same book, but other people are doing different things. And you very much don't have to be reading sci-fi romance smut with blue aliens. You definitely don't have to do that while we're sprinting. That's just what we're doing for whatever reason.
Yeah, when you tell them that you're not reading the same book, that just confuses them even more because they're like, well, then how are you guys talking about it if you're all reading different things? And I'm like, well, we don't just talk about what we read. We'll talk about that for like 2 seconds, and then the conversation goes in a completely different direction. We'll end up talking about whatever. And then they're just like, what? They like don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. They don't even understand that we had to try to remember what we talked about. Like we talked about so many things. It's like, wait a second, what's going on? Yeah, so if everyone's good with another sprint, we'll go ahead. Are we thinking 45, or because it's been another long talking session, should we do an hour? How are you all feeling?
Doesn't matter. I'm good either way.
How about...
I am actually going to head on out just because I need to do laundry. So.
Oh, totally fine.
Fun times.
Thanks for joining us for a little bit. Everybody, also Chrissy's own booktube channel should also be in the description linked. So go, spread the love.
Appreciate it. Nice seeing everybody again. And I'll be in the chat.
Okay, sounds good. Good luck with laundry.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, let me get this up. Okay, so how about we'll do 60 minutes unless a stream of comments suddenly come in saying, like, begging us not to do 60. Like being like, please don't. Then I'll switch it to 45 in the middle, but we'll be fine for now. Okay, I'll see you guys in an hour. Bye. Bye-bye. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. How did we all do?
I did not read, but also I forgot my camera was on, and then I started singing to Ari. So, for anyone that was paying attention, you're welcome for the silent concert. I know Brittany saw it because I messaged the chat I'm in with her.
You look like a bride in this picture. You look like a bride.
Like a bride?
Yes, a bride.
Okay, but thank you for that, buddy.
I like your lipstick.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Mom, you have to get darker lipstick, like black.
No, thank you.
Fine.
Sit down. Like, listen, I was a baby goth, but I feel like sit down, please.
I want you to get this kind of lipstick.
Okay, go sit down. Go sit down and watch a movie, please. Sorry, she's looking at a picture because I'm making one of those like meet the bookstagrammer post things. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So for everyone that got a silent concert, because I was like dancing, I was like doing the most.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Looked up and I was like, "Oh, my camera has been on."
Yeah.
Wonderful. But Brittany was like, "I watched the whole thing," and I was like,
Yes, Brittany. She might have been an audience of one. You were dancing for her.
Maybe. Ari was like, "Can you sing?" And I was like, "Sure." I didn't think to turn my camera on.
Yeah.
I just did the thing. But I did not read. I'm working on this meet the bookstagrammer thing. What am I gonna put on this? I have no.
Is it adorable as a pineapple?
I don't know. I looked up like a bunch of other people's for ideas, to be honest, because I don't know what to really put on it, but that's fine.
Mom, can I tell them how?
Nice. How about you, Nel?
I technically read, but not much. I was working on like writing down my answers for like what my answers are going to be when I do my mid-year freakout tag, which I haven't filmed yet, but I'm probably going to film it today. So I was like looking at the questions, like figuring out what my answers are going to be. And then I read, but I only read like 5 pages and then the time was up. Still trying to figure out what this big secret is, like what it is that she did as to why they're not friends anymore or why they haven't spoken. I'm feeling like either she slept with someone that is like really close to him, or maybe I'm also getting a vibe that maybe he's like gay or bi or something, and maybe she like outed him. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
There are so many options. I feel like every time you read just a little bit, you're like, it could also be this.
Yeah.
It could be that. It's one of those things where you're kind of like, okay, what would be the best scenario, or what would be the scenario I'm okay with? And also like, how would they even fix that? Because when it gets messy, you're like, how is this author going to make any of this actually okay in the end? Well, you were doing the productivity part of the reading. Yeah. I need to do my mid-year freakout tag as well. It's one of those things where sometimes I kind of recorded something, I started doing it and I was like, I'm not feeling it today. So I just didn't. And I'm like, oh, that's right. I still actually have to record. I forgot that I was kind of doing it and then I stopped. But so I made myself some decaf coffee and then I finished the first chapter officially of this book for Islands of Abandonment. And yeah, I'm just enjoying the author's perspective. I feel like there was this one line where she said, these are stories of redemption, not restoration. So the idea of these places, they haven't actually been fully restored. They can never be returned to the way they are, but it's like the way that nature's kind of making it its own thing now. And yeah, it's really interesting and I'm really liking it. And yeah, so I'm glad that I'm finally getting into the nonfiction, and it's a bit more happy environmentalism. I think it's too often, for good reason, we have environmentalist work that is very depressing and serious, and moving forward is just kind of doomsday-esque, which we need for sure. But it's nice to be like, look, there are things where nature is defying every aspect of humanity trying to destroy it. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Oh, so I left this comment for Nadim because Nadim was reading Metamorphosis, and Adam McComber, he does short story collections, and he does a lot of kind of gothic horror, but with like queer perspective, queer characters. And so I thought that if people enjoy Metamorphosis, they might want to try him out. Plus, it's an independent, nonprofit press, BOA Editions, so maybe go support them. So Stormy Harper says, I don't know what to say apart from that I finished my book about half an hour ago and still don't have words.
Wow.
That is so
I don't know if that's good or bad.
No. Sometimes you almost have to sleep on it, being like, what did I actually think about this book? Or if you have an immediate reaction, then a week later, you're like, I don't feel that way anymore. I feel something else, whether that's good or bad. But hello, welcome. I think Cool Gamer Brooklyn said at one point that this might be one of Chrissy's children, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
If not, I apologize for the misidentification of who your mother is. I fixed my audio issue. Yay, good job. Yay, I can now upload to YouTube for tomorrow's release. Thank goodness. That is awesome. 25% into my book. Nice. I made it to 47% of Untamed. So almost halfway.
Mm-hmm.
Made breakfast and tea. Awesome. Also made it to 144 pages.
Nice.
Good job, Karissa. Ari has taste. Yes, Margaret, we agree. Maybe, I don't know if Neva agrees with the whole black lipstick, but.
I mean, there was a time where I wore black lipstick. I just don't know if at 31 I'm trying to go, you know what I mean? Like, am I trying to go goth phase? I don't know.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Danny says, luckily we can go back and rewatch the silent concert if we missed it. Yeah. Now that you've drawn attention, I'm sure some people will be like, okay, put a tab in that. I'll be checking that out later. Anne says, hey, just getting here. These 24-hour sprints still going strong. Yes, we've technically reached the 24-hour mark because we're hitting hour 4 of my sprints. But all of them are linked below, everyone's channel and the specific link to their sprint. So if you wanted to keep going, you can. I'm also okay with just continuing for a little bit longer since it's not like anyone's waiting on me. So I might go for a final sprint since we technically only got to do 2 and we did a lot of chatting. So I think I'll definitely do a third and final sprint if you all are good with sticking with me.
Yep.
Yay. I know, Neva, you've been awake and doing things forever. So if you want to leave, it's totally fine. Don't worry.
I probably will leave when the next sprint starts so that I can take a nap, like an actual nap. Because I'm gonna make Ari lay down too, so that we can take a nap before I have to go to work.
Yeah, smart. Yay, work. Bane of our existence. I only have 6 pages left. I will be back. Okay, Brittany. Yes, you go. One of the descriptions of homelessness in my book I really enjoyed was part of the flow, but removed from it all, like an island in a stream. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's really beautiful. And it kind of reminds me, there's this theory in literature a lot where I can't remember who the theorist was, but they were mainly discussing actually the perspective of specifically Black women in literature. They were described as the others within. So you're in society, you're part, but you're also separated apart. You're more observing. You're actually probably the better people to ask about society. Being others within, you're being observed while observing others. And it's just kind of interesting. That's kind of what I'm also thinking about, this perspective of, those who are in the homelessness community. They're technically a part of society, but how are we actually interacting with them and including them in conversations that are necessary? So yeah, that's really interesting for sure. I'll have to look up who the theorist is because she wrote an entire book. I'm sure if you looked up others within, you'd know what she references, and it's mostly literary work, but yeah, that's really interesting. Also, I opened my package and the book Capture the Sun. Yeah, it looks really cool. Jesse Mahalik. It's the third what's sad is it's a third in a series. So I'm going to have to read books 1 and 2 first. And it was sent to me from a publisher. So which I totally appreciate. It's really exciting, but I'm like, okay, just add it to the pile. I think it was E. Harris who said, 1,200 books on the TBR. No worries. But I have been really into obviously solar system sci-fi kind of books because of Dead Silence. And I also wanted to reference that those who are interested in Dead Silence, since Nell, you mentioned it, there was someone who commented on my latest video before I read it saying, I'm really excited about it. And they said, if you like that one, this one book is even better. And it's called Salvaged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it. It's by Rowe. And yeah, it looks really good. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to support this. So I just immediately went out and bought it. And so I am not Leandra the TBR Zero today. I did adding books, but that's okay. So yes. Danny says, Leandra, Hunt the Stars, book 1 in that series was very good. Oh my gosh, so exciting. Okay, great. Yeah, I saw that. So Hunt the Stars. And then I saw, obviously, there's that second book. It looks like there might be a prequel too, but I'm definitely not going to touch that until I'm just going to go what is it? Is it called, instead of chronological order, it's like publication order. I think that's what I'm going to go for. Very exciting. And then I made it to 200 pages in Yellowface. And then hubby called. Yep. Always, isn't it? It's always people are interrupting our time to read, but that's okay. I hope you had a good conversation. I hope you're also still enjoying it because 200 pages, that means you're fully in the perspective now. Finished! Yay! Congratulations, Brittany. What did you think? It was Spells for Forgetting was what you were reading, right? So yeah, what were your thoughts on it? Did you now I don't know what you're going to do for this final sprint. Maybe just collect yourself, think about what you were reading and everything like that. But yeah, like I said, I've heard only good things about that. It's like mystery, but with some magical realism going on. I think what happens is this these two friends, one of them ends up dying and they live on this island, and the person who is accused ends up leaving. And then I think it's so much time later he returns, and it's almost like the island's like, you can't get away. It always brings you back or something. It does look really interesting.
I might have to add that to my TBR.
Yeah. And the cover's really pretty too. I think that I may read Yellowface next. Sounds good. Yeah, Carissa, get into it. I love it when other people are talking about books and then it gets you to be like, I'm going to add that to my list. 5 stars.
Okay, high praise.
Is so up my street. Yeah, it does look really good for sure. But cool. You know what we might do is do a shorter conversation here, and then get into a sprint because we've been chatting a lot, and then we can finally let Neva go take her nap. But yeah, so the island had a point of view in the book at the end.
Interesting.
Oh my gosh, that's so interesting. I've only ever seen that one other time where the setting is a genuine perspective, is personified, and that was Ophi's Ghost by Justina Ireland. It was a middle grade mystery historical fiction, and it was actually so good. But it she personified various aspects, like the city of Philadelphia, I think, or unless it was set in I think it was set in Pittsburgh. But it was really interesting. Anyway, cool. I'll do 45 this time because we didn't chat for that long. And I'm sure after that 60, people are like, oh my gosh, okay. Definitely don't need that break anymore. Oh, and then I'll make sure to put on the banner that it's the last sprint so that people know. Oh, actually, before we get into it, let's see what the other comments are. What book were you reading? I want to add it to my TBR, Brittany. Yeah, so it was Spells for Forgetting. And also, if you wanted to go check Brittany's channel, her live, she has herself holding that book. I still remember in the thumbnail. So you can see what the cover is too. So Ro is reading Dark Hearts by James L. Sutter, a YA boy band books. Oh, okay. The main character and love interest are bi. I love that. So we've got, for Pride Month, we've got a gay romance. On top of that, I feel like bisexual representation is really low, just because I think, one, if you aren't a part of that community, it's probably really hard for writers to do it well. And so, yeah, that's awesome. Spells for Forgetting by Adrienne Young. Very cool. I'm a magical realism girly, so I loved it. Yeah, that is so cool. And then also, yeah, Ro, let me know what you think about this, because that does sound really interesting. Okay, Mel says thank you. Woohoo! Yay! Awesome. Okay, so we'll get into another sprint. We'll do it for 45 minutes, and that'll be the final sprint for everybody. Let me do the little ticker thing. Cool. And then, yeah, everybody go check in the description. Everybody is tagged. There are so many new friends you can make. And yeah, thanks, Neva, for hosting this whole big thing again.
Yeah. It was a success.
Yes, it was definitely a success.
We're probably going to do them, do 24-hour sprints this way from now on, because it's...
I'm sorry, the book.
Okay, calm down. Ari, calm down. Sit down. It seems like the general consensus is that people prefer it this way, and also it's easier this way.
Yeah.
For me, it's easier for me this way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, spreading the love, spreading the responsibility a bit, and then you can kind of choose when you just want to relax and when you want to actually kind of be in the conversation. I feel like hosting can be a bit like, it almost feels like you're running a marathon socially. Like, I'm sure you feel completely drained at the end of it.
Yes. So,
Harris says take care.
Thank you, E. Harris. So yeah, as soon as I know who wants to host for next month, then I will like post again, like I did for this month with like a schedule and all that stuff, to all the socials. Which by all the socials, I only have 2, which is Instagram and YouTube. Like, I don't be messing with Twitter. Okay. And me and TikTok, I like to watch them. I don't really like to post them. But I'll make sure to like post stuff and all that. So
okay, sounds good. And then, yeah, if anyone who wasn't in the 6 who've done it, this time around, if you're interested in doing it, I'm very okay with, switching out with someone so someone else can have a different time slot or something. Because, yeah, I want to make sure that people know that it's not set in stone. So if someone lets you know, Neva, that they're interested, then like I will be okay with being in the comments and just supporting that person and you guys. So yeah, no worries about that.
And if you think that you want to be on camera for next time, you can just like, I guess the easiest way is just to message me on Instagram, or you can go to my 24-hour live stream, like the replay, and you can comment underneath, because I do check comments on all my videos. So if you don't have Instagram but you need to get a hold of me, you can always comment and I'll see it that way.
Yeah, cool. Great. And then, yeah, so Rose says goodbye. Margaret said goodbye. Danny says enjoy your nap. And also, by the way, before you leave, Rose says that he's loving the book. Let me see here. Dark Hearts is what it's called. I think Sutter will be an auto-buy author. He's a buy author too. Oh, that's awesome. So then the representation is being done well. I love that. That's so good. Okay, great.
To answer this question, I do have an active Twitter account. I do have one. I just don't use it.
Okay, so I was gonna say it was like hacked or impersonated.
So if you have found it, like I can even like pull it up. Like I literally have Twitter on my phone, but like, do I use my Twitter? Actually, maybe
I'm the same way.
It's gonna let me sign in. But I do, like, technically I do have a Twitter account, because when we were doing the podcast, like when we first started it, my dad was like, we have to have Twitter. And I was like, why? You know what I mean? And he was like, well, one of us has to have Twitter. And I was like, for what reason? Like So he insisted that we had Twitter. I think even the podcast had its own Twitter account that I never used. Yeah, but technically I do have a Twitter account. I just do not use it. So if you found a Twitter account that looks like me, it probably is me, and I just don't use the account, to be honest.
Margaret doesn't trust. Do you though?
I think the last time I used Twitter, it was because someone wanted me to participate in sprints, and that was how they were signing people up to participate in sprints.
Oh, interesting.
And I was like, do I have to use Twitter? And she was like, well, the group chat was on Twitter. So I used it like long enough.
I didn't even know that a group chat existed on Twitter. That's how little I know about Twitter. Oh my god.
Yeah, because you can like group message, you know what I mean? And I was like, I really do not want to do that. But she was like, well, can we just do it for this? So I used it long enough to do it for that, and that was it.
Yeah. Well, Margaret says that Twitter is her site. So listen, everybody, if you're a Twitter follower, person who's on Twitter, go check. Is it though? I'm assuming the word nerd that you can check Margaret out on that as well. And most of us on BookTube have all of our different, sites that we're affiliated with. We kind of said that earlier. So yeah, cool. I think I never got into Twitter, and now it feels like this foreign place to me. I'm kind of like Carissa on that one. I want to understand it. I want to, especially with like all the book drama. Like I know that that's the place where it happens, but I'm so far behind on that.
That definitely is like the place that, like, I've thought about like making a fresh Twitter account that is just associated with my Bookstagram. Because like the Twitter account that I have, I've literally had it since like probably like high school, right? So it has like a bunch of YouTubers that I don't follow anymore because like back then, like I was real messy, okay? So I was like following all the YouTube drama. And so like the last time I got on there, I was like, I don't even like follow these people. And they were like back when story times was like a thing on YouTube, which some people still do story times, like Nikki Glamour. Like I still follow her and she still does story times. But I'm talking about like when I followed like Tana Mojo.
Oh yeah. I love me a good Tana video.
Bro, I ate Tana content up. Like I ate it with a spoon, okay? Like I think I watched Tana Mojo from like 2014-ish until like 2017 when she just got ridiculous and I was like, I can't. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
But Tana was like, because I was like, wow, she's not even like, Tana's really not that much younger than I am. You know what I mean? So I was like, oh, like she's younger than me, but not by much. Like I would, her and Trisha Paytas, bro.
Oh gosh.
Let me
that
just,
woman.
Yeah,
on
so
my
much.
Cry.
I remember when she was on that, like, was it H3 podcast? I'm not gonna lie. I watched those streams on YouTube. I was eating them up. Honestly, so good.
She was the least controversial on the H3 podcast. Like I could deal with her on the H3 podcast. It's when she like pulled her crap about DID, like she claimed they claimed that they had DID, which like one thing if you come out as like non-binary or trans or whatever they were supposed to do, and like even like Gigi Gorgeous was like, yes, Trisha is trans, and I was like, are they? Like you can use they them pronouns and not be trans. So
yeah, and it's one of those things where a lot of it, I think, like, she just doesn't understand. Like, that she just doesn't understand these things, jumping on certain bandwagons, and it's more just ignorance, which is not an excuse because we're adults, we can become informed. It's just, but it's, oh my god, like that's the only thing that I can really explain it is just really misunderstanding of what kind of damage you do. And then I know that Trisha Paytas often also like 100% refuses, or it's really hard to admit when something wrong has been done or said. And hence why I think the H3 podcast, they broke ties in the way that they did, just because like crazy stuff was happening. But yeah, so the thing that is important, as Mel says, is noting, Twitter can be toxic. It can be a mess. And you know what? As long as we acknowledge that there is trash going on and being passed around, then it's like, consume to your own leisure, for sure. But yes, cool. Okay. I'll start the timer. Well, first, let me make sure you can see that I'm starting the timer. And yeah, we'll see you later, Neva. Thanks for hosting again. And yeah, have a lovely nap. And we'll see everybody else in 45 minutes.
Bye.
Bye. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. How was your final sprint? How did you do, Nell?
I did not read. My brother is playing a video game upstairs, so I keep hearing him like screaming at the game. Did not read. I was pulling books off my bookshelf for me to film my mid-year freakout tag. And what else did I do? I cleaned up the kitchen. Just did like a bunch of like miscellaneous things around the house, basically.
Yeah, nice. I feel like especially the first sprint we did, we were like sitting down reading, and the second one, if you were reading, it's nice to get moving around. I kind of was feeling that in this last sprint. I'm like, I'm ready to like move around the house, do some chores, get my body moving.
Yeah.
So I totally get that. Yeah, I ended up switching from my nonfiction book to a much lighter, like middle grade read. It's called The Hat Makers by
really nice
Tamsin Merchant. Yeah, it's very colorful, very fun. I've had it on my shelf for a little while, and it's like kind of an adventure book. And I was like, this will be speeding through compared to the nonfiction, which is a bit denser and mentioning different flora and fauna that I've never heard of, like the mention of like lichens and moss and beetles that I will 100% never recognize and probably mostly fear if they're ever in my house, but it's fine. So yeah, definitely switch it up for me. I saw that, let's see here. Autumn returned. So she said, I'm back. It's been a crazy morning. I haven't even read much, but my toddler, so going down for a nap now. Yeah, totally fine there. I hope that your premiere for your video went really well. Yeah. When I'm done here, I'll probably put it on and watch it while I'm doing some chores and stuff, because that sounds great. It looks like you're back just in time. Yep. And the one thing that Autumn did say was that never use Twitter. Yeah, I think there's two camps, either people who are really big and are, know the ins and outs of Twitter, and those who like it just never caught on or never understood. And yeah, a bit different from like Instagram, where you just post a picture of a book and you're like, yay. Yeah. Neva had joined the comments saying that she was going to read a midnight mass until she fell asleep. I hope you fell asleep. If not, please just turn the video off. It's fine. Get a nap in. Yes, Margaret actually read this time. Good job. Had lunch and got to 58%. Nice. So got to 44% into my audiobook of Freeze and Toya. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was the book that you were starting off with. The justice system really failed this girl. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. That's always so tough, especially when you start to see, like, parallels. Like, these issues need to be discussed. Yeah. But it can be really tough. I didn't read, but I did make a new friend, a dog. Ooh, and her name is Roxy. Then I started playing Stardew Valley. That's awesome. Krissa, how did you make a new friend? What were you doing? Were you out and about? Did you go for a walk or something? That's so cool. 11 pages. Yahoo! Nice. Yes, Jean says, hey, Leandra and Nell, I was reading Soul Eater by Lily Main at 8%, and I am really enjoying it. It reminds me, about Justin Cronin. Okay, cool. You know what that reminded me of? I think there's a book, it might have been called Ghost Eater, and it recently came out, but I think that one is more of a horror read. Let me see if I
think I've heard of Soul Eater, but I don't remember where I heard of it. I want to think that maybe like Princess or somebody was talking about it recently, but I can't remember.
Yeah. I mean, 8% in, still probably nothing really solidified in regards to like the background and everything, but hope you're enjoying it. I think that I may take a nap after these sprints. Yeah, that sounds good, Karissa. I know we've kind of, especially because we had long sprints, like I feel like hour-long sprints can kind of take it out of you as well. Yeah, I haven't read much at all, mom life. Honestly, any person who is a parent and they have beings in their home that they have to take care of, I have so much respect for you. I hope that you have enough sleep at night, and you probably don't.
Oh, that's probably what I've heard. It probably was a manga that I heard of. I was going to say, I've definitely heard that title before. That probably sounds more like what I was talking about.
What you would have heard of? Yeah. It makes you wonder because, and I know, Jean, I'm pretty sure, Jean, you tend to read a lot of like Kindle Unlimited stuff, so I don't know if that's the thing going on. I've also never heard of Justin Cronin. I probably sound like a horrible reader. Whenever someone mentions an author that I haven't heard of, I'm like, yep. But yeah, popular. Yeah. A popular manga. That makes sense. My dad is painting our neighbor's deck, and the family on the other side of there has a dog. Oh, so cute. Yeah. I don't know if that made any sense. Oh, it totally did. Yep. I was just like, oh, just have your door open. Dog comes in. Sounds lovely. About 150 pages left in my book. I am going to try and finish today, but we will see. Yeah, and that was Ragged Company, right? So, oh my gosh, you've gotten a lot through there today, even in this sprint. Definitely not enough sleep at night because I use that as my me time. I was up until 1:30 this morning.
Gosh.
Yeah, definitely in need of a nap yourself. It's one of those things where, especially when you're so busy, and then you're like, this is the only time I have to read, the only time I have to watch something, and I feel like you always have to cut corners, and sleep is the thing we cut more often than not. Soul Eater. Oh, okay. So it's romance monster. Is like two men being the characters, right? I always like never know how to pronounce that. It's just like Eminem. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I feel like I'm name brand dropping when I'm like not talking about the Skittles that are chocolate, which is also a name brand. Look what I'm doing. It doesn't matter. So the main character is only the guy the monster didn't kill. Oh, okay. Very interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say, sounds like a Kindle kind of book. I need to finish Bleach Volume 4 today so I can return it to my library.
I have not heard of that.
Yeah. One, love the library mention because libraries are so important. I fully support that. But yeah, I've never heard of Bleach. I'm assuming that being volume 4, either a graphic novel or also a manga. I've been meaning to get into manga, but I just have never really known where to start. I had a few people recommend the Spy family, and so I have that. I still have that for a while. I've had that from the library. It's sitting. I can see it right there. But there's another one that a coworker mentioned. It was like Library Wars or something.
That one I have not heard of.
Yeah, and I guess it's basically, it probably is an allusion to the idea of like book banning, and I guess these libraries, they're like, we will defend ourselves to the death, and so it's so it seems really interesting.
That sounds cool,
right? Our neighbors, Irish Wolfhound wandered in once while we were cooking burgers. I mean, of course, the burgers were calling. That is awesome. I love that. I'm a big, like, I like big dogs where you just pet them. They're like gentle giants, where that's my thing. If not, I'm a cat person. I just want something furry that I can pet once in a while, and then I'm set. I'm just here to enjoy the chit chat. Yep, sounds good, Autumn. Same. An Irish Wolfhound. I freaking love those dogs. I've never seen one in person. Oh my gosh. I know. Well, that's like sometimes you see certain breeds and you're like, that would be so cool to see in person, but I'm sure they're really hard to find. They can be
expensive. Yeah.
I was going to say, like, one, the breeder might be like states away or somewhere else if you're willing to go drive there. And then, yeah, it can be really expensive to get those types of dogs. Justin Cronin wrote 3-book vampires, creatures taking over the world. Oh, okay. It was a TV series with Mark Paul from Saved by the Bell. What? It was a whole thriller horror series?
I did not hear about this.
I would say, Jean, you are opening our eyes to this.
Yeah.
I never heard of it either. Bleach is a pretty popular anime manga series. I watched the anime, but it's my first time reading the manga. Oh, that is cool. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm like, maybe I need to get myself interested in manga, watch the anime that has manga, and then, because I'm one of those people who I don't have to, like, if I watch the TV series or watch the movie first, I'm okay with then reading the book. I know that can be hard for people.
Yeah, I can't do it the other way around. If I watch the show or the movie first, I'm not going to read the book.
Yeah. I totally understand that. I think it depends for me. Like, obviously, if it's like a mystery or something, it's like, what is the point? Like the thriller or anything. Like, for instance, if I had seen like Gone Girl first before, like, I wouldn't have read the book. It'd been like, what is the point of that? Because I think the surprise is the point of reading it. Her name was Gracie, and she was so friendly. We grew up with her coming down the block to visit. Usually we were outside. Oh, that's so sweet. Like a neighborhood dog. When I was growing up, we had there was like this roaming Rottweiler. She was like a few neighbors down, and they just would let her out, and they didn't realize that apparently she would literally stop by every door, and we would all give her scraps. And so they kept going to the vet, and she kept gaining weight, and they're like, we don't know what's going on. And it's like, well, it's because you're letting your dog out, and we all are feeding her like probably horrible processed meat, like bologna and things. And it just, yeah, but that's so sweet. That sounds absolutely perfect. It does. I really would love to have a husky. Oh, yeah. We had a husky later on in my childhood, and he was like the sweetest thing. But he was also, huskies are one of those dogs where they have their own mindset, where they're like, if I'm not doing anything wrong, you can call my name however many times. I'm going to sniff this tree, and then I'll be back. Like, they're like, we've got a mutual understanding here for sure. They also don't really bark. They sing. They have like the oh, 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 like that sound. Like they're talking. You've got to look up a few videos. They are very funny. Justin Cronin was popular in 2010 to 2016.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, sweet. I have 2 boxer puppies who are about to turn 2. They are a handful, but we love them, of course. Autumn, you've got young kids, you've got 2 puppies. I was like, how do you get anything done? I didn't even realize that you had the dogs on top of that. That is crazy. The Ferryman by Justin Cronin just came out. Oh, interesting. I might have to look into that then, especially if it's like a new release, because I'm sure there's a lot of buzz about it at the moment. Cool. Well, thanks everybody for joining us. We really appreciate it. They're turning 1. I'm even crazier. They're turning 1. That means they're even younger and so rambunctious. Oh my gosh. But yeah, thanks Nell for joining. I think, was this the first time you've been on my channel?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. I was gonna say, I felt like we'd hung out on Neva's channel. So then I was like, oh, this is nothing, but this is a big deal. Well, thanks. I hope everyone in the comments has subscribed to you. If not, this is your not your final chance, but like my final reminder. So, do you have any events planned or anything coming up? I know you got your freak out video.
I have videos that are coming. I don't know when they'll drop just because I have to edit them. I have 3 vlogs and then the mid-year freak out tag that I'm going to film later on today. So those will be coming. But me and Paco from Bad Witch Books, we are doing a buddy read. And if anybody wants to join, we're doing a buddy read of Under the Whispering Door by TJ Klune. So if you guys are interested, we're going to be reading that for July. And then we're going to do a live discussion in August. We haven't set the date for the live discussion yet because he has to get his work schedule and stuff to find out when he's free. But yeah. If you're interested, let me know. We'll probably do it like through either Storygraph or through Discord. So let me know if you're interested and I can add you to wherever we're going to be doing it.
Yeah, cool. I'm pretty sure actually Chrissy, who was here, may have, just finished Under the Whispering Door. So I might have to let her know so that she can at least like watch and be a part of the discussion and that kind of thing. But sweet. Oh my gosh. Autumn saying, have a happy weekend. I always forget it's Saturday. Yes, have a happy weekend, everybody, for sure. And yeah, I'm so glad that everyone was able to find other people too. Yeah, lovely. I'm in. Oh, great. Chris is in. Woohoo.
Okay, awesome. So what you guys can do, either one works. Either join my Discord. I know that everybody has like a ton of Discord. So if you don't want to join my Discord, you don't have to. Just message me on Instagram. And that way I'll have it like in my Instagram and I'll know who to add to the Storygraph buddy read. Or like I said, if we do decide to do it in Discord, then unfortunately you will have to do it there. But at least I'll have you, somewhere where I can like refer back. So like Mel and Carissa, just hit me up on Instagram. My Instagram is Nell Diamond. Like I said, my handle is the same on literally everything. So either Instagram me or just jump in the Discord and I'll see you there.
Yay. And then so the Discord, can they find the link? Like, is it just on your main channel or will they have to, like your most recent video? Okay, great. Woohoo. I'll have to do that too. I'm going to join the Discord too. I'm not
my
the
Discord's
best
not
Discord
super
user.
active, so you don't have to worry about that. I know some people's Discords, people are chatting all day long and notifications are firing off. My Discord has been pretty dormant for the last couple of months, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay, honestly, that's nice because then if something's coming up, it's like, okay, it's going to be about this. I need to know what's happening. Versus when people are sharing a bunch of things, you're like, I want to participate, but my brain can't. Yep. focus. So yeah, awesome. Okay, great. Well, I will be seeing everybody soon. We'll end the broadcast here, but yeah, have a great weekend, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.